Hey.
We can write a poem, we can read along, we can take a photograph, fold it in and do a little letter. We should write it down, we should write a book, we should tell a story to the
13. Spooky.
reasons to crash into the ocean. All water is washing
Hey.
all around us. All reasons to crash into the ocean. All we are is floating all around us. You can make a plan, you can board a plane, you can see the world, you can fall in love and do it a little later. Take a look in front of you, and if you love her, marry her, tell her that you need her. Don't you wait a minute later. No, don't wait a minute later. All reasons to crash into the
Hey.
ocean. All water is washing all around us. All reasons to crash into the ocean. All we are is floating all around us. Welcome to the ocean. Wash away your problems. Breathing in out of your lungs. Fall in love with everyone. Welcome to the ocean. Lots of room for everyone. Salty air is on your tongue. Empathize with everyone. Something underwater. As Father left it here. Magic in the depths of it. Keep the moments in your chest. Welcome to the ocean. Dip your toes in Tokyo. Feel the warmth from far away. Listen close to everyone. All reasons to crash into the ocean. All water is washing all around us. All reasons to crash into the ocean. All we are is floating all around us. All reasons to crash into the ocean. I am a gentleman. Old soul gentleman. Plain Jane gentleman. No good gentleman.
Stone cold gentleman like Ralph Tresvant. New edition playing in my favorite restaurant. Sitting there solo with a chicken drumstick. This pencil thin gentleman so lovesick. Bumping BBD, that girl is poison. Don't holler at your boy, holler at your boyfriend. Cause baby, I'm miserable, lazy and pitiful. Ooh, you gotta excuse me, lady, I'm cynical. I've been a dude, the kindest kind, but I've been a fool. Thought she was mine, I was blind, now I'm ridiculed. Finished school, 9 to 5, slave in a suit, just so I can wine and dine and cook your dinner, boo. I'm trying to buy you a swimming pool where the
Holy fuck.
Why am I
No.
muted? Why was I muted? Anyway, hi.
I was watching the Real Gems video on Simpsons season 10 retrospective, and I just heard, and I was like, oh! I was full brain dead mode waiting for my friend Zoe. So,
If you were waiting
I
for
was
me,
like-
why were you surprised when I was there?
I was like, oh, it'll happen at like 11:10 or something. No!
No, I surprised you.
You surprised me.
I tricked you. I'm very evil.
Really fucking funny though.
Cool. That's especially funny because Chad didn't even hear me go wow. They just heard you go, oh my god. This is the first thing they heard.
Oh god. The first thing that I said this morning, aside from when, like, the first thing I said to myself, aside from when my roommate talked to me, was I went, hello! Because I was like, I was thinking about happy. I was thinking about happy, and I was like, getting the hello.
Hello, I'm happy. Are you excited to hang out with me again?
Yes.
Yay!
Yay!
Yay! Hi chat. As you can see, I am Yippee Queen today. I've been to the hospital today for some post-surgery maintenance, and it's left me a little bit winded and such. And therefore, I'm like, nah, I'm just gonna be a PNG today because that's easier. I hope
Hell
you'll
yeah.
understand.
Join the club.
Yeah, join the club, everyone. Everybody post your PGs in chat.
Everybody.
Yeah, it's a bit of a low energy day. I also spend a lot of time. Yeah, but what? Wait, that's so funny. When you do the Yippee with him, it's just a bigger me.
You just get a little bigger.
It's got a little bigger. That's really funny. I don't understand anything. I just appreciate Yippee. That's the most important thing, I think.
Yeah.
I don't understand
I like-
anything ever. Also fair. Go to school. Maybe just a
Yeah.
little bit.
I like how open your mouth gets when you talk as you eat food.
It's very good. Or
That's awesome. I love it. This is very sonically satisfying for me.
good. I'm glad. I'm happy to help. But yeah,
I
it's
dressed up for today. I'm excited.
You did what?
I dressed up for today. I'm pretty excited.
Oh, dude, hell yeah!
Yeah. I had extra time this morning. I was like, I'm gonna throw on my dress.
Fuck yeah! We love that. I love getting dressed up. Occasion or no. I'm also dressed up. It's so fucking funny, cause I'm like I'm like goth, you know. So I'm like a lot of blacks, maybe some reds. I have some magenta bracelets. That's nice. And very very thick mascara and stuff like that. But then I also have a Pokewalker on my belt.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Love that kind of stuff. I actually went out last night and did like a little like shopping for me trip. And I got a bunch of stuff I've been wanting to get. And I don't know, I'm feeling really happy about it. I got like, I started wearing hair bands last night. I got like nail polish. I got
Hell yeah.
like eyeliner. I was like, I think I'm at a point in my life where I can manage this pretty well, and I want to look good. So.
I love that for you. Fuck yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yay! Oh, I can't wait to see what it'll look like.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. Also, the Pokemon that is in my Pokewalker is a Pidgey named Big Steppy that I caught specifically for this, for using my Pokewalker again.
Yay.
It's very fun. Look, it's so funny because like I walked for 3 days for a collective like 17,000 steps, and then I reconnect back to the game, and the game's like, wow, from all that walking, Big Steppy leveled up once. Okay.
Awesome.
She's level 3 now. Okay.
That's really great.
It's very funny.
Being able to look the way you want is such a good feeling. I agree.
Yeah.
Okay, I was like brushing my hair this morning.
Mhm.
Right now, I was gonna take a shower this morning. Unfortunately, my entire like campus building's water main is broken,
What?
so I can't do that. But I was brushing my hair and I was like, holy fuck, I have a lot of hair now. I look like I have a fucking like pile of leaves on my head. Complimentary.
Fuck yeah. I had the same thing because I have the belt with the Pokewalker on it and stuff, and I don't have it like all the way down. I don't have it as far down as you might otherwise put a belt, because I have it like on pretty like high-waisted dresses, I guess, rather than like just a pants or some shit. And the Pokewalker is often just covered by my hair.
Oh my god.
I have very long hair. It's awesome.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. I used to never cut my hair. This was before I even realized I was trans. I just really liked having long hair. Go figure.
It's safe. Otherwise.
Yeah, right. And I did not take care of it because I was not taught how to do that. So I showered it. Sure, I did. I showered it and I brushed it and stuff. But I never got it cut, so it was extremely long. It was like exceedingly long down to my butt, all dead ends.
Holy shit. Whoa.
It was really bad.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I haven't gotten a haircut in 4 years, and it's down to, let me see. It's like a little past my like boobs.
All right,
That's crazy.
Are you getting the dead ends cut though? At least.
I don't know what that means, to be honest.
All right, so you should do that. It's like if hair. If I don't know the specifics how to explain it, but like if hair exists for too long, it'll die, and get kind of like crusty or no, wait, I don't think it's called dead ends in English. It's called split ends.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yes,
split ends.
sorry. In Dutch it's dead ends. Sorry, my bad.
Okay, yeah, I take care of those.
Okay, all right, okay, never mind. That's all good then.
That's really funny. Yeah.
It's called a dead end in Dutch. It died. Your hair's
like,
fucking dead.
I was like, well, maybe Zoe knows more about this than me. That makes sense. Oh, split ends. Okay. Yeah, it is accurate. Hair is alive.
Yeah, it's crazy.
There's so much learning how to look like a girl. Yeah, it's fucked up. They don't teach you. They should have taught me how to be a girl when I was a boy.
Right, me too. Me too.
I learned so much shit. Totally worth it though. Shonen training arc for women.
Wow, the creaturias. That's us.
That's us.
That's us. We are you. But yeah, it's crazy how I imagine, I don't know for sure, but I imagine if you're female to male, then like coming out, like realizing this and coming out of the closet and stuff, it's just like, oh, I can stop doing all of that stuff that I keep having to do.
Oh
awesome.
My God. Yeah. Dude, I am so envious of FTM people. Holy shit.
Of course.
You mean I get to just like stop like
Yeah.
everything? Awesome.
I don't even have to shower anymore. It's like, no, you should still do that. Like, obviously, as a trans femme, you also don't need to do all the feminine stuff. But
yeah, but it feels cool.
It feels cool. I think it's nice. Makes me feel nice and good.
Yeah, I like taking care of myself. I think it's like, it's kind of like, obviously you don't have to do everything, and I certainly don't. Like, I completely forgoed like voice training and like shaving like other parts of my body. But it's like, if you want to, the idea of like a girl has so much upkeep compared to like the standard idea of like a guy, I guess.
Yeah.
So, we're zoomed in. Hello.
Yeah, because there's nothing on screen yet, and I was like, oh, I always forget that I can zoom in manually, so I'll just do it.
Oh, okay, yeah. I thought the theme maker was just like, well, they're there.
Yeah, nah, that's me. I did this. Taking care of yourself is the biggest serotonin boost. It is so nice when when you do like a skincare routine and then you just kind of rub your face and you're like, oh my god, I'm so soft, yay, you know.
I remember I have a trans mask friend who was telling me that he was like, yeah, you know, I haven't like shaved my legs and arms in like months. I feel awesome, and I was like, hell yeah, brother! I love that for you, dude. That's so kick-ass.
Yeah, dude, yippee! Let's try to figure out what's actually worth doing versus what's capitalist, invent a problem and sell the solution type shit. Yeah, that's true. I feel like one that's actually related to what you just said, Bunket. It's like one that's kind of on the edge is shaving your arms and legs and stuff. Because the only reason why that's expected of women to do is because of societal norms and shit. There's no actual. It doesn't fucking matter. However, oh my god, when smooth.
Yeah. When it's smooth, dude. Fuck yeah.
I love when it's smooth though.
Yeah.
I love that shit so much.
I've also mostly foregone like shaving like my arms and legs and shit, but like honestly, shaving my face very like respectable routine for me. I enjoy the process a lot. It's like, yes, every morning I clean.
Yes, right?
I banish the hair off my face. It's very satisfying.
I agree, yeah. It's nice. Wario wears smooth legs. Wario showing off his smooth legs is an image that's in my mind now.
I can see that so fucking clearly.
Me too. That's the
Like,
fucked up thing about it. It's such a real thing to me.
Like I can see the WarioWare like mini game where Wario like pulls up his leg like fucking like Marilyn Monroe or something.
Yeah.
And it's just like completely smooth down there.
Yeah, and when he shows it off, it's like the little starburst appears behind it, you know?
Yeah. 100%.
Yep.
Oh.
The more closely you examine societal norms and figure out their origins, the less sense they make. But also, smooth feel nice, smooth. That's
It's
right.
so true.
It's so true.
Yeah.
Like it's shaving your arms and legs. You should never do it because you feel like you have to, and only because you like the smooth.
Yeah, it should be because you desire it. Like, I don't a lot of the time. That's why I don't. But also, like, it feels fucking awesome when I do. And it's not because of society. It's because I like when things are smooth. I think it's cool.
Just like sharks.
Yeah, just like sharks.
Just like
the
sharks.
smoothest thing on earth. Yeah.
That's true.
Listen, women out there with body hair, like a lot of it, I think you're awesome.
No, I think that shit rules.
Yeah. You should shave your legs more because smooth. Yeah, I like.
Smooth.
I think it's just like a good time. You know.
It's also kind of therapeutic to do, honestly.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
I'll just do it at my desk and I'll vacuum afterwards. So I'm just like watching something while like I'm like half paying attention to that, half paying attention to what I'm shaving. It's just kind of a therapeutic thing to do.
Yeah. I have gotten so fucking good at like shaving my face. By the way, like I could do it in like 3 minutes. It's I'm like crazy fast at it.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I guess I do it every day, but like, it's very. I used to take like 10 fucking minutes, and now it's like down to 3, and it's like, yeah, I'm getting the hang of this fucking thing.
Hell yeah. Yeah, I tend to do it under the shower, because while I let my condition work in, I just do it.
Makes total sense. Makes total sense. I
Also,
unfortunately
welcome
don't-
from Tumblr, by the way.
Yeah, welcome for Tumblr. I hate your shoelaces.
Your shoelaces are cringe and disgusting.
Yeah, they're stupid looking.
They're
Stupid
lame.
shoes.
I don't like
Yeah.
them at all.
Fucking like pointing down at like tripped them at lunch, cafeteria
Yeah.
foods all over the place.
Just imagine us just being the bullies in a high school.
I think your shoelaces are lame.
Like, your shoelaces are nerds. I mean, for nerds.
You have nerd shoelaces.
You got nerd shoelaces. Your shoelaces are the chess club, and they're not even good at it.
They're not even cool chess.
It's not even cool chess. We're in cool chess.
Yeah. It's not even cool chess. Fucking
Check meme, yeah. Epaulet sharks are so cool. They're the most recently evolved group of sharks, and they go on land and walk around. What?
I have to learn more about this.
Oh, these are real. They got
Yo,
big. They got big spots.
I love
It's
you,
a s-
sharks.
I love sharks so fucking much. My favorite shark is the tiger shark.
That's cool. I petted a tiger shark.
Fuck yeah!
It's really cool.
But you don't even know what
Hey.
anglets are, nerd.
There's not even heard of aglets. Everybody point and laugh.
Everybody point and laugh. Jesus. Species of long-tailed carpet shark of the family Hemicilidae, found in shallow tropical waters off Australia. And yo, just like Bluey,
Just like Bluey!
just like Bluey. Woo!
I was watching some Bluey the other night. I was thinking of you. I was like,
Oh
wow.
yay! What
I'm
episode did
watching
you
a show
watch?
that's so late.
Yeah.
I watched a bunch. I'm totally forgetting about them right now, but I did watch the one where they get like takeout and like every fucking thing goes wrong.
That episode is so funny.
I was like, fucking Bandit is the most patient father in the fucking world.
Yeah, really though.
Oh my god. And it was that, and like one where fucking Bingo learns how to tell people when they're playing too rough, and also like when they're playing like a spy game, and then one where they're talking about like they have like a song about bugs, and like Bluey like, leaves Bingo, and then Bingo feels really bad, and they apologize. A lot of dunking on Bingo in the episodes I watched. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, there's quite a few episodes of Bingo being like the little sad thing creature that's in there.
Little sad thing creature.
It's because she's the youngest.
Yeah,
You
no,
know?
I get it. I was watching it and I was like, this is probably really good for kids with a younger sibling. I know it probably would have affected me if I was like 5.
Yeah, right. The one of the best things is that Bingo gets an episode all to herself as well. Yay! Where they switch up the theme song, because usually it's like the parents first and then Bingo and then Bluey. But then Bluey is, because they're playing a game where they have to stop dancing when the music stops, and that's like the order that they lose in, and then Bluey wins. But in that one, Bluey is out first, and then everybody's like, "What, Bluey?" And then Bingo wins. So then it's a Bingo episode. It's very
I
very
like
cute.
I like that a lot. Honestly,
Sorry.
Yeah.
No, I'm absentmindedly scrolling through the Epaulet Shark wiki page, and it's just so funny that at one point they mentioned blood, and the link is colored differently because I've been on the blood Wikipedia page. It's just funny.
Storytelling.
Yeah. But yeah, they can go on land and they can survive for hours with very little oxygen and can clamber over land to reach the nearest suitable area of water.
Wow.
I love to use the
That's
word
so cool.
clamber. I love the word clamber.
Clamber's a great word. I feel
I'm
like
always
you make
clambering.
Clamber really good.
Oh, I'm always clambering and scampering, dude.
So true.
So true. Anyway, you want to say something else about Bluey?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember what it was. Hold on. Whoa, I'm using my brain power.
Ow.
The creatures. Oh my god.
I have blood knowledge. My knowledge is that it's in you.
This is so true. I do have that. The episode where Bingo's like, man, Dad's really cool, but he plays too rough. I was like, that's some real shit. I remember being 5,
Mm-hmm.
and I was like, my dad has thrown me. Maybe I'm playing a little too rough right now. And I told him, he was like, oh, sorry, and he like adjusted, and I was like, damn. That was a really like real Bluey episode. That was some real shit that happened to me.
It is.
So-
It's very real. My dad is still too rough sometimes.
Yeah.
Like
yeah.
during my recovery, like the very early stages of the recovery from the bottom surgery, I like could not get in or out of bed properly by myself. So then I was at my mom's house. My dad was also there, They are divorced for context, but they are still friends, which is nice. And so they joined forces to help me. And whenever my dad had to like help me, he was like jostling me around. It's like, Jesus fucking Christ, I had surgery.
Just imagining your dad picks you up, you start making like Gmod collision noises.
It's true.
Yeah,
I do that.
it's true. I wish I could make Gmod.
I have not told you this Spagbull incident.
I'm so curious.
I don't know why they would divorce over that, but it's a very fun story. I guess it's been a while since I told it on stream as well. We don't have to play the game. I can just tell you this. And
Hey, I mean, we haven't hit an hour yet, so.
yeah, no, you're right. We have to beat a record, you know?
Yeah.
It was really good Spagbull, that's true. So, let me set the scene. The year is somewhere between 2005 and 2010.
Okay. A broad pull, but I respect.
Somewhere there. I don't know what age I was anymore. And I was a kid.
Yes.
It is I have a friend. I have a best friend. He's no longer my best friend. This is irrelevant to the story. I don't know why I said that. I have a best friend. Our moms are also friends. They met because we're best friends from school. Our moms suggest that we go skiing in the Czech Republic. Is it still called that? I haven't checked. It's called Czechia now or something? Anyway, over there. And so we go, yay, I've never been skiing, I say. Yay, I love to snowboard, says my friend. So I'm going to snowboard, he says. We go there. I find out that I don't like skiing at all. Because I have a really, really, really hard time staying upright when on skis, as it turns out. We're not talking about not falling over when I'm going down a hill. I mean, standing perfectly still on flat ground.
That's so real.
We cannot do it. And I am put into like the baby class, and I'm by myself, right? Because my best friend is going off snowboarding because he's done it before, so he doesn't need to go into like the little baby class to learn skiing because he's not even gonna ski at all. My mom is already really good at skiing, and I'm talking like really good. Later on, it's not part of the story, but later on she fucking impromptu enters a competition and gets first place.
Holy fuck.
I know.
Damn.
It was insane. She's never been cooler to me than when she won that skiing competition.
Oh my god.
Yeah, and my friend's mom did not want to ski, so she was just hanging out doing whatever. I'm in the baby class. I am failing every single assignment, such as standing upright. And while everybody else is learning how to ski. It's at the foot of the mountain, and it's like the little thing where you just with your hands you hold the little thing that pulls you upwards, and then you let go, and then you go down. You know.
Yeah.
You want me to pick that up and also try to hold these sticks with me and also try to not fall over? Are you fucking kidding me? No. I am eating snow right now on the floor.
Awesome.
It was a 3-day weekend. So the first day I fail. I fuck it up so bad. Second day, everybody in class gets it. They're all like, okay, yeah, we know how to ski now. And I am eating snow on the floor.
Awesome.
The teacher, who does not speak English, doesn't speak Dutch at all, and doesn't speak English very well, eventually goes like, all right, up the mountain.
Okay.
What? And in hindsight, you know, I mean, I'm like, I can't. I cannot. You know, I can't even fucking stand up. At this point, I was, I don't know, 12? Question mark? And I was better at English than this guy. For context, I'm not English. So, to put that into perspective, I'm Dutch. And I'm trying to tell him, like, I can't go up that fucking mountain, dude. I can't even stand upright. What do you want me to fucking ski down a mountain? I'm gonna die. And he's like, no, you good. Come on, go up mountain.
Go up mountain.
Go up mountain. Well, he literally was like, you good. You good. And I'm like trying to convince him, like, no, I can't fucking do this. And he just ends up dragging me onto the ski lift, which is not great. I was already like, hey, I'm like not in a comfortable situation right now. I'm finding out I'm like having to do this activity that I really don't like, and now you want me to do it on a mountain. And also important to note is I have a fear of heights. I don't know why I agreed to go on a skiing vacation. So he wrestles me onto a ski lift, and in hindsight, I understand part of what he's doing, which is he can't leave this one kid unsupervised and take everybody else up on the mountain. Can't do that. Got to take this kid with you somehow, and it's like, I guess it's by skiing. However, this is not a good way to go about that, dude.
No, it is not.
It is not at all. So I'm on the ski lift. The ski lift is scary to me. And then I'm on the mountain. I really don't want to go down because I can't stay upright, and I'm going to fucking die. I'm going to fall off the edge of the mountain. There's a big edge, I've decided, and I'm going to fall off of it.
Traditionally, yes. Only certain ones, though. The ones that you climb.
Yes, yeah, exactly. So the teacher eventually like has to give me a piggyback ride all the way down the mountain, which is very impressive. That he's able to ski down the mountain with a crying child on his back.
Yeah, that is a feat for sure.
That is a feat. Not as cool as my mom winning that race, though.
No, of course not.
Of course
That's
not.
the coolest thing to be done.
It's the cutest fucking thing in the world. So, end of the day, I've decided I will never ski again in my entire fucking life. That was terrible. And I decide that the next day, the last day that we'll still be here. So the day after that, we go back home.
Yeah.
I will instead spend the day with my friend's mom, and we will take a hike through the woods, which is much more my style. So we do that. It was very nice. It's very nice woods. It's all like snowy and stuff, thick pack of snow. There's a river that runs alongside the path. It's a very nice time. And then we find a log cabin in the woods, pretty far away from town. A log cabin, dark oak. It's very nice. And we're like, whoa, what's this doing here? And there's like a sign outside. It's like, oh, it's a restaurant. There's a restaurant in a log cabin in the woods, away from the skiing resort. That's wonderful. Let's look inside. It is a 100% genuine, authentic Italian bistro.
I'm beginning to piece together where Spagbowl might be going.
Yeah, it must be fun to sit here the entire time and be like, what the fuck is Spagbowl, though? I
have been a little curious, I'll admit.
Yeah, so we walk in there and it's like we're in Italy. They got all the classics. They got the little oil lamps with the woven thatch basket around it, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, they got the red and white checkered tablecloth. That's like 45 degrees rotated from the table, so it's like the corners of the table aren't covered. You know, it's got everything. It's perfect. It's perfect. Also, quick side note, not important. At the ski resort, they had the Simpsons arcade game. That was cool. Anyway. Yeah, that was cool. And we are in there and we're like, wow, this is beautiful. This is so fun. Let's eat here. Let's have our last meal of the day right here, you know? Because it's so warm and nice, and it feels so safe here, away from the scary fucking mountain and then the asshole skiing instructor. And so near the end of the day, we meet up with my mom and my friend, and we propose, and they're like, "Oh yeah, all right, let's go to the cabin." We're proposed to eat in the cabin, not the other one, not the other kind of proposed. And we do, and I order a spaghetti bolognese, which in England they call a spag bowl. That's unrelated. That's just something I learned later, and now I call it the spag bowl story. I order a spaghetti bolognese. I get it. It has the sauce. The guy like puts like the cheese on it as it gets on the table. You know, it's like it's so picturesque. And I eat it, and it is the most delicious thing I have ever eaten in my entire goddamn life to this day.
Fuck yeah.
It's incredible. It's so goddamn tasty. It's the best. I tell my mom this. I tell her, this is the best thing I've ever eaten. Please, Mom, could you ask for the recipe? My mom says, it's just spag bowl. And I say like, well, no, I've had spaghetti bolognese before. Like, this is different. This is so much better. Could you please ask for the recipe? And it's like, we could just look it up online. And it's like, no! It's not the same, Mom! So she doesn't. And I'm like, well, damn. And, you know, at some point at home, my parents make spaghetti bolognese, and I eat it, and it's like, yeah, no, it's not the same. It's not as good. Should ask for the recipe, Mom. It's not the same.
Should ask the recipe. So it goes.
Yep. And after that, for, I kid you not, like at least a full decade, every single time I'm at a restaurant where I can get a spag bowl, I get spag bowl to see if it's as good. And it never is. It never is as good. There was one time where we were at a mountain. Again, in, I believe it was France. A mountain, it was like a mountain hillside. It was like the mountain had a hill. There was like a plateau. On the side of the mountain, there was a hill. And there was a small restaurant there on stilts. And I had spag bowl there, and it tasted about as good. And honestly, it probably tasted as good because like in my mind, the original had been glorified, you know?
Yeah.
And then I was like, oh my god, it's good. Didn't get the recipe. I don't even know if I asked for it this time. Don't remember. No! I know.
You get them to your own.
I know. Now, is there something to be said for the recipe or the dish having been that tasty because of all the hardship I went through to get to that point? The first time, all that ski bullshit. The second time, climbing a mountain. Maybe. I'm not gonna think about that because the story's not done yet.
It's not done yet? Okay.
It's a long story. Then, after I'd already more or less given up on ever finding a spag bowl as good as that one, we went back to the Czech Republic or Czechia or whatever. I'm so sorry. I should probably look it up. I'm gonna look it up right now. Czech. How do you spell it again?
CZECH.
Right. Yes. Czech Republic. All right. Also known as Czechia. Oh, okay. They're both right. I win.
You win.
We went back there on vacation, just a regular vacation during summertime, or spring or fall or whatever. It wasn't winter anyway. And I was there with my whole family this time. To the same town. Because we were in the country. We're going there anyway, so we're like, we're gonna go there also. And obviously, we wanted to find that restaurant again. And the town felt a lot bigger this time, but I don't know, memories, you know, like you can't always trust them except for how good the spag will taste.
Except for how good the spag will taste.
Except that, yeah, of course. The town seemed bigger, but okay. A lot more touristy as well. It was pretty clear that they were like, okay, we gotta branch out from just being a ski resort because nobody comes here if they can't ski. And then we started to look for the restaurant. So we were walking along the path that followed the river and stuff and looking for that log cabin. But we couldn't find it. Like, we walked outside of the town and we walked for quite a while. We did not find a log cabin. Where was it? We passed a lot of places. There was like a trampoline place, you know, like one of those really big ones where you're like on elastic bands so you can jump really fucking high along with the trampoline. Yeah, you know, that kind of stuff. There was that. There was a horrible looking geometric orange building. It looked really fucking ugly. Like, it was like bright orange. One orange. The entire thing was one color of orange. It looked so bad. I hated it.
CB orange out that new building.
I wanted to kill it. You know, all kinds of different buildings. There was one restaurant that was like an upturned Viking boat. That's cool.
Oh shit, okay.
Don't know what a Viking boat is doing this far inland, but whatever. So that was pretty cool. But we did not find the cabin, and we're like, where is it? Where'd it go? And eventually we decided to like, we're like, okay, well, I have to eat somewhere. So my parents just like started asking, like, the first, when we said that the closest building that we were at where you could eat was the orange building. It was a restaurant. So they went there to like look at the menu, and also they went to like ask, like, hey, what happened to the cabin? That was the cabin.
My God.
Yeah, the previous owner had sold it, and it had been turned into this thing, and they didn't even serve spaghetti bolognese anymore.
No.
Yeah.
Oh my God, the horrors of aging.
Yeah.
Passage of time.
I know.
I'm so sorry. Zoe, that's brutal.
It sucks.
That does suck. My God.
We ate at the Upturned Boat restaurant instead.
Damn. Yeah, I mean, nothing else you can do. Nothing else you can do.
And that's the end of the story.
That's crazy. Wow. My God.
They gentrified the fucking Spagbowl cabin. It sucks.
They gentrified the Spagbowl cabin. No.
I'm crying every time, dude. That's that's the saddest thing to ever happen to me.
Yeah, I mean, I would feel the same way if I was in your shoes. I understand.
And that's why my parents got divorced. Yeah. That's true. My dad divorced my mom because she wouldn't get the recipe.
Oh my God, he's like, Zoe needs the Spagbowl and you failed her.
You failed our daughter.
You failed our daughter.
And there is a moral, Mike Lofter, but it's get the fucking recipe if you like it, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if that's a thing. I don't think they do that here in America.
No, you're never like, oh, this is a bellissimo, please, you must tell me the recipe.
No, I think it's like a secret thing. It's like, oh, well, this is how we make our food, buddy. If you can make it at home, we shouldn't let you doing it. So, I think that's kind of the idea.
Fair enough. Anyway, you can't hurt to ask.
Yeah, I mean, it can't hurt. What are they gonna do? Gentrify that building?
I thought about it. I thought, like, how can I track down the original owner? But at that point, I was like, this ship has sailed.
Damn.
I've spent years of my life only ever eating spaghetti bolognese when I'm at a restaurant. I think I should let it go. You know.
Yeah.
I'm missing out on so many other delicious dishes. What a fun phrase. Delicious dishes.
Delicious dishes. I mean, for me, I just get a chicken sandwich to every restaurant I go to because I fucking love chicken sandwiches. But
well, okay, that's good. It's good that you're doing it just because you like it and not because you're on some sort of quest to like recapture a lost feeling of euphoria.
Yeah. Oh, Mason, what if you tried a different sandwich? Nope. Chicken sandwich, always good. Never had a bad one.
All right.
It's a mystic Italian mixture that only appears to children in need.
That's okay. I need to adopt a kid.
So that you may taste the spag bowl once more.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
And then I will ask for the recipe, and I will acquire the recipe no matter what.
Yeah, you'll get it. You'll get it.
Mm-hmm.
Do you wanna?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I don't share my recipe, and then I just like arrest him to the ground. He's like, "Yes, you will."
Oh no, you don't, you Italian fuck! Tell me now.
And then the walls start to vanish. Like, no. I need more time.
No.
The Italian fuck starts to like laugh evilly.
That's his name, no, it's Italian fuck.
This is this awesome new lore.
Tell me this spag bowl recipe, you Italian fuck. Why won't you die?
You cannot kill me in a way that matters.
Oh my god. Well, do you wanna play Kid first?
Yeah, of course.
Awesome.
I hope you
Oh my
enjoyed my
God.
story.
That was incredible. I loved it.
Thank
A
you.
lot of morals, a lot of themes you can analyze. You know.
Yeah, right. I'm thinking of selling it to Hollywood or something.
Yeah, you should. Yippee!
Yippee! Okay, now is Discord going to screen share it immediately, or is it gonna be a bitch?
Has the game started yet?
Yeah, it's still loading. Takes a while
Okay.
to load. I'm just gonna sell it to John Hollywood, or also known by his nickname, Jollywood.
I always have to fucking deal with Jollywood as a film major. He's an asshole.
Seriously?
Jollywood's the worst. Oh yeah, I can see it. We're good.
Yeah, we're good. It's on stream as well. If you just changed the ending to "You found the cabin and got the recipe," the moral would be to never give up on your dreams. Yeah, but we've had that moral before. We need some sad, negative morals that don't make anyone happy.
Yeah, I need to feel like shit.
I need to feel like shit.
I love you, Kitten Burst title
I
screen.
love
You will
so
always be
much.
famous.
I don't feel like shit anymore. I'm cured.
It's so fucking good.
It's so good.
:3!
What?
Did you see a little :3 floated past the screen?
What? No, I didn't.
So, oh, clip, somebody quick, clip
Clip it. I have to do ads. Oh my god.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
I love you, Kitten Burst.
I love you, Kitten Burst. I've never seen the :3. That's awesome.
That's so good. All right. So everybody, if you have but one little point, you can spend it to get an egg on screen, and together we can put a lot of eggs on screen. I'm going to do it now. Wow. Yes, gang, it's true. It's time for the eggs, and the first egg of the day comes to us from Green Clunk.
Woo!
Wow! Polar Stars. Chip Burger. Radiant Sunbun. Esteemed Jester.
It's a good name. It's a good name.
It is. Wibless. Kira Cat. Mike Loves Rabbit. Lucina of Stardust. Ayo Hell, who, by the way, would totally deserve a shout out. So would Punkit, actually, but Punkit doesn't have, you don't really have like a Twitch that can be shouted out at, do you?
No, not right now.
No. Arutza Terra. What?
I want to stream it eventually.
Woo! Streamer Gal Katie. Galafcomat. Mecha Fox Girl. KQ Gray. That is the first X second. The second is being started by Cumber Cuke. Meadwitch. And Pretentiosaurus. That's fun. Thank you.
Yippee!
Free eggs. Also, let me look at the clip of the three mouth, which Polar Stars has clipped and put in the Discord for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Perfect. You're the best.
You're incredible. You're almost as good as that Spagbull, but not quite, because no one or nothing will ever be as good.
It's true that the Spagbull is an unattainable goal.
Yeah.
But in our quest
That's-
for perfection, we can as close as we can.
Yeah. That's the real moral of the story, I think, is that you shouldn't strive for perfection, you know?
Yeah.
Because you'll never get there.
You'll never be Spagbull.
You'll never be you'll never be Log Cabin Bistro in the Czech Republic, Spagbull.
So sad.
So sad. Okay.
It's so
Wait, I'm not. Hold on, I'm not sharing it with the chat. There we go. Look, chat, it's us.
It's us.
It's us. Remember that?
It's so fucking good.
It's so good. Oh, it's on!
3! There it is!
It's in the middle of the screen. It's so good. Oh my god! That's awesome.
Colon 3!
Let's go!
I'm so excited.
You are, and
Colon 3!
rightly so as well.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yay!
Okay, now we play Kitten Burst for real. We're still under
Yes.
an hour.
We're still in an hour, baby. Let's go. Dutch politicians be damned.
Here we are.
Hi. Sorry, I hit the end call button by accident.
Oh, did you? I didn't even notice because I don't get notifications.
That's funny. I just died for a second there. You are not streaming Kitten Burst.
Damn it. It's because you left a call.
Yeah, oopsie.
I am still, for me.
Oh no, I mean, I'm not seeing it on... Hold on. Yeah, no, I'm not seeing it on Discord yet.
Oh, it's got that stupid thing where I pick a new thing to stream through Discord and Discord just like disagrees.
Alright, here we
It's
go,
like,
we're back.
No, I'm gonna keep streaming that thing you were streaming before actually. It says Discord.
Yes, Red Skeleton Cat, yes.
Wee,
Okay,
we're
cool.
Skelly Cat.
I'm so excited for you to check out Scratch. It's a really fun world.
Okay, let's go right now. Because I think we did all the checking out of the Eternal September last time.
Yeah, we got a lot done.
Yeah, would you maybe, I don't, we haven't even introduced yourself, we just got right to talking. But would you do that and also give like a quick introduction of what this place is? Or this game, I mean?
Yeah, sure. Hi, I'm Punkit. I make horse comics. If you've seen that thing with Fluttershy eating it for a weed money, that was me. That's my thing.
got a new
I'm also
follower.
known for other things, but for now, that's who I am. But
Well,
also
what's
for really
Susan?
into video games. Yeah, Susan Taxpayer exists. She's a
Yeah.
fun little platform I'm making inspired by Wario Land 4 and some Mario games. It's a
Uh-huh.
really good time. I think you should check it out. I'm having a great time making it. I'm also
That's
making a game
awesome.
about Astral Guard and some other stuff.
Also awesome.
Yeah, for this game, Kitten Burst is a game that my boyfriend bought for me like a couple months ago. I played it, I got obsessed. You play as a little racing cat in cyberspace. You're a little program. You're being enlisted by a really cool hacker person named Saber, who's trying to siphon ion energy for their ship, the Eternal September. So you go around and you connect ion nodes to each other, and that siphons energy from websites. And that is what we are doing. And right now, our buddy Polly, the ship's robot, has fucking gotten lost, so we're trying to find him so that we can get him back so we can have a funny pirate robot.
Yeah! We love our
How
funny
was that?
pirate
How was
moment. I think that's good. Thank you.
Wicked.
Also, Elder Mage 1, thank you very much for following.
Yippee!
Yahoo! Okay, off to, what did I call it? Advertisopia.
Yeah, Advertisopia.
That's not what this
the
is.
world. You're in the Null Space Castle.
Oops. I thought I picked the
Oopsie.
right, whatever. I also took a sippy, thank you. Okay, this one. Scratchy is a cool name.
Yeah. I can only think of like the video game like early programming website though.
I think about Homestuck.
I mean that too. Like if I had to think
Whoa,
about
Kitten
like,
Burst!
Yep, Kitten Burst.
Awesome! Sorry, go on.
If I had to think about my order of operations, scratch the video game creation thing, Homestuck, the website here.
Let's see, I think Homestuck first. Sonic, The Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog cartoon. And then like I feel like there's other characters with that name, and then that's it.
Real.
Anyway.
Yeah. So this is
Want to meet
scratch.
beautiful
Aggregate.
bees in your area? Hold on, I want to look at all these.
Go for it.
Basil rips.
Hazel rips. Down Lone Bram.
Oh, dude, I need that. I'm like hard locked at 5 RAM.
Damn.
5 RAMs. I can't read that. Hello.
Can't either.
User Slayer. I'm sorry, XXX_ user Slayer XXX. Dropping a post here in case anyone else stumbles upon this site. It's Dead Jimmy. The owner had a power trip which surged into a full-on meltdown. There's not much left to see, but if you want to look around and you're having problems with the pop-ups, try running really fast at them. That should shatter them. Lol. Also, rolling into it seems to work too, but the timing is tricky. I used to hang out here all the time with some cool peeps. If any of you want to stay in touch, shoot me up P2P. Take care, XXX_Slayer_Slayer, whatever. I'm done reading.
It has been a full week. Do you remember the introductory part of this about why we're going
No.
to the site? Okay.
I remember
so
showing a
Saber-
bunch of like buildings with ads all over the place.
Saber's old friend used to run this site, but they don't know what
Oh
happened to him.
yes, thank you. Okay, I will go through
Also,
Oh.
it has been forever since I think the game has asked you to do any sort of barrel roll. Do you remember how to do it? So you have to double tap the barrel roll button. Like you have to be moving and double tapping it, and that's how you do a barrel roll.
Oh, it has to be while moving. Okay, got it.
Yeah, I don't think they ever directly tell you that, as far as I know. So I just didn't barrel roll for most of the game.
I mean, what is the purpose of it? Is it similar to Star Fox where it also deflects things?
I think it lets you move laterally a lot easier compared to normal. I don't find a ton of use for it, but it's good to have for the pop-ups because it means you don't have to switch off of like different states if you want to just crash through them.
That makes sense. Right, yeah. Oh, to be a digital cat flying through cyberspace. It's what we all want, I think. Yay! Yo, Cube.
Cube.
Oh, it's an ad. Can't believe ads have defiled cubes now.
So sad.
It's nothing sacred. Will Minecraft ever be safe again?
No.
No. Minecraft is fucked.
Smash that shit, yeah!
That is satisfying to just be like, fuck you, Ed, bye.
Yeah, I wish I could do that in real life.
Me too. I can, actually. I've decided that's an ability I have.
Yeah. It's gone like me more.
Yo! This is the best place.
Bounce to me, baby, let's go!
Woo! Is there anything else to do here? Or is it just vibing?
You know, I think you're just vibing. I did think that said 3-hour bounce to me dance, but no, it's 10 bounce to me.
It's te. I like that the T is like when you spawn is like behind a thing.
Yeah. 3 hours of Bounce to Me.
Yeah. Oh, fuck, already? Oh, yeah, of course, because you started an hour later. I don't feel like it yet. Snooze.
Awesome.
Bounce to me, bounce to me.
I fucking genuinely love Bounce to Me.
It's a really fun song. Eee! Eee! This is what your ad blocker does, actually. Fires a kitten out of a cannon. It's enrichment for them to kill every ad. Thank you,
Awesome.
Adblock.
I love you, uBlock Origin. It's like I'm adopting a litter of kittens to kill capitalism.
That's so awesome. That's also what this game is. If the litter is
Yeah.
one kitten.
I like Bounce to Me a lot because the chorus is actually about stealing your credit card info.
Oh, that's really good. I need to like listen to the lyrics then next time.
Yeah, it's let's go down the street where you grew up and listen to the first band you ever loved. See if it all feels the same. I'll even call you by your mother's maiden name.
Oh my god, that's so good. I love that.
It's so good. I love it. The song is so much better when you realize it's about fucking like credit card theft.
It's also funny then to have a room like that in the ad world that's just all ads now.
Yeah.
Oh. This world feels so empty, which is appropriate.
Yeah.
What's
Some
up
real
here?
homestuck looking imagery right now.
Yeah, real. Mom.
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 Mom. Mom. Oh, hey, don't be rude. Happy.
So rude.
So rude. You're not much help, you know. I'm not. All you say is vague. All you say is vague stuff about the sites I'm visiting. I thought you would give me hints on where to find more ions or something. I don't give out hints all willy-nilly. You have to earn them.
Jimmy Works face feeling good.
Yeah. How about running a little chore for me then? There's these 3 problematic programs that I'm wanting to cancel on Twitter that I've been keeping an eye on. The word problematic is just ruined.
It's really funny. These programs are a little problematic because they're killing people.
Haven't you seen their call-out posts? The chaos butterfly and its endless calculations, the dolphin luring prey into its nest, and the headless chicken who glimpsed the astral and went cuckoo. Find them and drain them. 4 laps each should do nicely. Then you give me infinite ion energy? No, but I can tell you where to find someone who has plenty to spare. Okay.
Very cool.
Thank you. Okay, so I don't have this, and I don't even know where the other 2 are yet.
Yep.
Did I
You will
already
you will
find
encounter-
like a secret boss in the cloud world?
you found the chaos butterfly. It's the
Oh, it was that one in there, right?
yeah,
okay.
that was the Animal Station.
Okay, so then whichever one this is probably in the current world, and then that one's next. Okay, bye, Mom.
What?
Bye bye. Okay, bye.
See if the exit works. The exit works this time. Okay, cool.
Oh,
I
thank
don't know
God.
how you were. I don't know how you were bonking up against the walls earlier. But that was really funny.
I don't know. I'm very powerful, I guess. Oh, this is different now.
You came out the front this time. You've been coming out the side.
Oh. I see. Oh,
I like
I
the
just
little pop
remembered.
noise when the ad blocks like return. Or the
Oh,
ads
really?
return.
Hold on.
Yeah, when you break through one.
That's good.
Really excellent.
Okay, let's do like a. Where'd it go? Let's do like a level.
You
Out.
Yeah, you want to connect nodes to get things
Yeah.
rolling. So
Yes. I know how the game works. Kinda. Cloud ad for place we've been. That's fun.
I'm really glad that you've already gotten the hang of the barrel rolling, because I was trying to do this all with like the charge essentially, and that
Ugh.
gets really fucking hard.
Oh yeah. Maybe I wouldn't have gotten the hang of it if you hadn't been here though.
Yeah, I just wanted to give a more pleasant experience. So
Yeah. You're helping.
yay!
Yay! Wee!
Go happy! I'm glad that you're seeing my Tumblr post labeled happy now. By the way,
Yeah. I saw that. I was like, that's true. It is happy.
it's true. It is happy.
Honestly, that's like one of the greatest joys of Tumblr to me. Whoa. Okay.
Yeah,
One...
kick ass. Faster than me for sure.
Oh, fuck yeah, dude. Oh, that might be the best I've done on any of these.
God damn.
So cool. Yay, I love it. But that's one of the greatest joys of Tumblr to me is when you have mutuals and you have similar interests and like
Yes.
and it's like you kind of like you know about each other's interests, so like you'll tag something as the thing you both like and like, oh, I hope they see it, and then they see it and they reblog it and they also have to tag, or they're like, you're so right, name that is what who that is, you know, like stuff like that. It's so cute.
Yeah.
Or, like-
it's very fun.
Or just like even like tagging posts as each other, like this is you.
Yeah.
You know, like it's so good. I love that shit.
It's so great.
I don't see Polly anywhere. Are you sure he's here? Polly probably went through another hyperlink and got stuck. The site is an aggregator. It hosts a bunch of links to other sites. It was actually a pretty sick concept. Users could vote on new sites to feature each day. Why would Calm abandon it? Oh.
Meow.
Meow. Oh, it shows
So
you
called-
the link. That's cool.
Yeah, it is really cool. So-called free thinkers when Happy uses sonar.
Meow. I got it. I hear a kitty meow. I got a meow.
Yeah, you gotta respond back.
Yeah. Creature to creature communication, you know?
So true. Donk.
Donk. Oh, that looks beautiful. No!
Your body just flew off.
I know, it's so funny. This is awesome.
Yeah, the sonar's really nice
Wow.
for illustrating how fucking big things are.
Uh-huh. That's awesome. And like the kind of like watery texture on this.
Yeah, you can tell that Jam to Go got the most out of those like Unreal effects.
Yeah. I'm thinking I want to change the thumbnail, the like pro image that I use for these streams, and just put a bunch of hearts around Happy. But I want them to be like rendered in a similar style, you know?
Yeah. Get those. What is it called? I don't remember. But like the super shiny rendered like metallic
Glossy,
objects.
yeah.
Yeah, the glossy hearts.
Yo.
Yo, it's Ted the Penguin.
Ow. I was hoping the music would play if I got close enough.
Nah, I don't think so for this one, unfortunately.
Big sad.
Big sad.
I see one.
Question mark?
Quit to mark. 3 of them even.
Ooh.
Oh wait, I'll...
Oh yeah.
That one.
Yay!
Beep.
That's so quick. Expert.
I forgot to do the thing. Oh, I didn't have to because I was boosting. I forgot the barrel roll, but I was absentmindedly boosting, so it didn't matter.
Yeah. I love this track. It's so chill sounding. I love this track.
It is. I'm so sorry, Ted. No! I'm busy. I thought these were behind dads. This is not going according to plan. No! Skip. After this, we'll take a break. This way. Soon, chat, soon. I'm so sorry for postponing it, but we started so late, so I don't want it yet.
That makes sense. You gotta unlock this place first. After E, we can do all these cool things.
Yeah. Where are the things? Did I miss? I think I went the wrong direction somewhere. Oh yeah, up here.
Oh, it's Animal Station. That's so fun. I love that this place references other sites you've been to. Like, it's really fun for like an aggregate.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I said that. I called it Cloud Plays ad.
Yeah.
Ooh. Whoa. Sights up. You should see a bunch of hyperlinks in there. Which one did Polly go through? No idea. Just pick one at random until you find them. While you're at it, some of these sites might have some circuits we can siphon from too. So these are gonna be like a bunch of like small places to go to.
Yep.
Nice. Whoa!
It's Web Crawler!
Web Crawler! Yo! We can talk to Web Crawler after the break.
Okie dokie.
Alright, gang, we are going to take a 20 or so minute break to so I can do my Estrogel. In the time, we're gonna play some music. If you guys have any meds that you gotta do, please remember to do so. Remember to stay hydrated, get some snickies, stretch your leggies, and we will be back. We'll be back. Wow.
Yay!
Yay!
See you soon.
See you guys soon.
It's raining, it's pouring, bored and I'm boring. Different to the weather warning. Get out of here. Oh, what a beautiful morning. You that you needed me now. Whenever I can see into the back of my mind, baby, I find me alone, me alone, me alone. When I was on the road in the back of my van, we were in the bedroom talking on a tin can. And we'll be alone, be alone, be alone. darkness. Let's step into the darkness. Gambier Island green, heart of the sea, overflowing, overflowing with light. She grows, green heart of the west coast, overflowing. We lie here like driftwood on the sand. See the sky, cedar stand, our beauty's hand. Reach for light, overflowing. Light, overflowing. Overflowing. We lay an apple tree where oceans spray.
Okay, hi. Hello. Am I muted still on Discord? Yes, I am. Ba-ba-ba.
Egg.
Hello, everyone.
Hello!
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
I was just wondering how much I had left. That's really funny.
This much.
Egg.
Oh. Wait, I just realized
hello,
something
hello.
terrible. I didn't. I attached the wrong copy paste to the Blue Sky announcement. The announcement on Blue Sky. So there wasn't no link, even though I said the link was in the replies. I failed. Oh well. I'm sure everybody
Oh
will
well.
forgive me. Hi gang, welcome back from the break.
Howdy, howdy.
Why is there a text that says volume?
Egg.
I'm,
Oh
volume.
well. Volume. Yeah, there was just an OBS source that was text that said volume. Yeah, I don't know
Weird.
why. Very.
I might mute intermittently. I'm eating a Pop-Tart.
That's okay. Enjoy your Pop Tart.
yeah. Thank you, I will.
I spent the I spent the last few minutes of the break, last minute or so, trying to figure out how I can stop Ko-fi from putting a reminder in chat that people can donate to me, or at least change the way it's written. But I can't seem to find that.
Weird.
Yes.
That's a cookies and cream one, Elder Mage.
Nice. Yippee! Pop-Tarts aren't a thing here.
I see. Well, I think they're damn good if you get the right flavor.
Things to try if I ever go to America.
Yippee! I'll be there.
Yay! We can hang out and eat Pop-Tart.
Yay!
Oh, I found it, I think. Is this it? Show your link. No, that's not it. Well, I don't know. I don't know how to not make Ko-fi remind you guys that you can donate to me.
But
Anyway,
you
let's
should.
get-
You give Zoe $1 million.
If you can. Only if you have the means to do so.
Everybody's always so humble. And as the guest on these streams, I always tell you donate all your life savings.
That's how it works. That's how it works to be the as the streamer. The etiquette is to be like only, you know, no pressure, only if you want to. And as the co-host, you should also be like, all the pressure, whether you like it or not, you are donating everything you hold dear to my friend.
Oh, you're bouncing.
Yeah, web crawler's bouncing. Also,
Oh,
yeah,
it's
sorry.
web crawler bouncing.
Oh yeah, it's not me. Sorry. But yeah, there's still no Blaze sticker. I really need to make more of those, but I really need to do 1 million things. So.
Yeah. Oh, can you stream the game to me?
Oh yeah, I forgot.
Yeah, my pen tablet stopped working. My tablet pen stopped working, and I was like, "Oh no!" So I had to reinstall the driver. It's fine now.
Yeah,
I had
makes
to reset
sense.
for it.
That suck.
Well, look who it is, my good buddy Happy.
Hey, Webqualler! What are you doing here?
I should be asking you that. This is HQ, my home base. Who do you think I was collecting all that juicy data for?
Oh.
Would this site really feature a link to a waste management database?
That's not for me to decide. The users get to vote on it. You should stay for a bit, buddy. I'm sure the users will be back any minute now.
Oh.
It's funny, the things they find interesting.
Hey, did you see Rebel come through here?
Was it a little fella who talks weird?
Yeah!
Sure, I saw him. He asked me where all those hyperlinks take you to. Last I saw, he went to the very top one. It's to a site called the Arbor Myth. Lots of data in there, but it's been cataloged completely, so I haven't been there in a hot minute.
Thank you, Webcrawler!
Least I could do, buddy.
Cute. Friends.
I like the way Webcolor talks because it always reminds me of that one scene from the 4Kids dub of One Piece, where Zoro goes, "Luffy, good to see you, buddy." And
Yeah.
Luffy walks him. It's really good.
So what did I do? What do I do?
So from the bottom to the top, there are hyperlinks you can go to.
Ah, yes, of course. And then the top one was a special one or something?
Yeah, but I'd say that for last.
Yes.
You can just kind of follow the staircase up to get to the websites in progressive order.
Oh, yay. How fun.
Yay!
Wait, I have to read this. I have to read lore.
Oh yeah.
Ow. Start of stream. Donate only if you can. No pressure. 2 hours into stream. If you don't donate everything you have right now, the IRS is going to hunt me for sport.
Do it!
You have to. You don't have to. It's okay, chat. Only if you want and can. Fun fact, that was unscripted. The VA for Luffy broke into the recording studio and tried to murder the Zoro VA. I heard about that, yeah. And they became the best of friends. Ow.
Yeah.
Also, yeah, I'm Yippee Queen today because I don't feel like having my full model today. Let me do some eggs. Queen Grimlock, Elder Mage 1, Lord Loki Asgard, a Queer Oddity. Love to see it. Oh my god, I gotta tell you about who I saw the Jenna Clinic today.
Yeah.
Did I have Pretentiosaurus already? Yeah, I think I did. Actually, I have one too many somehow. Oh well. One egg too many, don't care. Sleeping Maza, thank you very much for following. Welcome out. I lurk a lot. I enjoy chilling here. Ah, I love that. I like when people just lurk. They're just hanging out. It's fun. My favorite thing about 4Kids One Piece is they canonically all died because the last episode ended with a giant ship falling from the sky onto them.
literally rock falls, everyone dies.
Wait, that's how it ends? That's how the 4Kids dub ends? They stopped doing that and...
Well, it's right before the Sky Island arc, so, like, it makes sense.
I
That's
guess.
really funny.
That's really fucking good, though. That rules. Hello,
Oh,
Susan
hey,
Moza.
Jam to go.
Hey, Jim to go. Congrats on winning the jump catch game. You worked really hard for that. The headcanon is a 4Kids straw. It's died there. Yeah, alternate timeline. They just died. It's alright. Doom
That's just the case.
timeline. Yeah. The end of Scratch. Well, you win. I'm shutting down Scratch for good. The site was the gateway to cyberspace for millions of users. I thought with Scratch 2.0 we could build something even greater. Advertisement is a necessary evil to keep up maintenance costs. The new voting algorithm filtered out spam and prevented groups from gaming the system. For some reason, you all treated these changes like it was the end of the world. It seems the flame wars have finally spread to here, as even the smallest change to UI causes an endless barrage of hate. So I'm done. I'm hanging up my handle. Goodbye, Commodore.
Oh, well, see you, Commodore.
See you, Commodore. Yeah, no, that seems fair. No!
Oh, Sad
No.
Saber.
Sad
I forgot
Saber.
about those.
No! What does the text actually say on the thing? Lauren, okay. It's the copy paste now. Sadber.
Oh.
Oh. Even Calm quit. That's so sad.
So sad, Burr.
That's so fucking sad, Burr. But yeah. That does seem fucking annoying that you're like, oh man, I'm gonna improve my side. And then everyone's like, I hate it now. my fear every time I release a new model is like, oh man, what if people fucking hate it?
No. Oh, the
They
song
might.
picker's still
You don't
up.
know that. Yes, thank you. Hello. Is that... No, you're not. Wait, are you a different pirate?
You think you're tough?
Are you really big?
I think so. It's a
Oh my god,
huge robot.
this was really big.
Yes!
Good. You'll need to be if you want to make it out of the fray. I'm Volley, the drill sergeant of Fire Fray.
I see.
Is this some sort of game?
The fray's no game, soldier. It's a high-octane PvP capture the orb brawl.
It sounds like a game.
Cool, can I play?
You're in queue, soldier. ETA in the next match is years, months, days, hours, minutes, seconds.
Looks like this lobby is bugged. Might be able to get some energy from it at least. But I want to play. Aw.
I totally, like 100% forgot about Volley. That's really funny.
That's very good. I love the name Vol. What? Oh, that's awesome. This is a bunch of bugged bots. It's just. That's so funny. That's awesome. Door stuck.
stuck!
Door stuck. Please. I beg you.
Door's stuck! Door's stuck! Please! I beg you! You're genuine! I can't swear.
I love your happy voice so much. That's just what I think of them as now.
I'm happy. This is what I sound like.
Yo, I thought the name said Orange Juice. I was like, yo, it's Orange Juice, but it's Orange Julius. Hello, thank you very much for following. And hi Melody, how you doing? What is? Oops. Surf Haven. That sounds cool. So this is another hyperlink. It's a hyperlink in this
Yep.
side to a different one. Well, I feel like I should look for a circuit thing first.
Yeah. Pretty close to it. Yeah, there we go. I like how there's advertisements inside the game. They're really ahead of their time on this one.
Uh-huh.
I say for game released in 2023.
No, this is a Y2K game.
Yeah.
Also, what Sonic sticker would you like?
You know what? I'm gonna forego the usual. I'll go Tails.
Oh, hell yeah. We get our special little boy.
Our special little boy.
A special little boy. There you go.
I feel like he's fitting for this section, you know?
Yeah, I can see it.
Oh, fucking banger. Fucking banger. Forgot about how good this one sounds.
Ow. I die.
You die.
I die. Can I go down here? Yes, I can, and so I shall.
Yay!
Woo! This game's so
Man, I noticed-
fun.
The
Sorry, go on.
speedrunning game for this has to be insane.
Right? We should look that up sometime.
We should.
Mm-hmm. And if there's anyone in chat who's a speedrunner, go speedrun this game because it's good as fuck.
It's good as fuck. It's a good game. It's got a good speed game.
Uh-huh. And it's very nicely built for like speedrunning individual levels, not just the whole game.
Yeah,
Is there like a level select anyway?
there is in the Eternal September.
Hell yeah. Oh yeah, I think I found that actually, yeah.
A little like samples in this. It's really good.
Yay! Yippee! Yay! I scored really good on that.
You did.
Thank
You're
you.
pretty good at like matching my scores on your first try.
Like your eventual scores? Not your first
Yeah.
sight scores? Oh, I'm so sorry for kicking your ass.
No, it's okay. I will forever hold it over you that I did not get stuck in the story.
Ah, the balance.
The balance is maintained.
Hello. Ooh, whoa. Whoa. This looks
Surf
crazy.
Haven. I love how Surf Haven looks. It's so cool.
Oh. Oh. I love these textures. This
It's
material
really
used for
good.
oh, that is so good. Oh,
And the rainbow. Oh, it's peak.
It's so
peak. The game
good.
is
It's
peak.
fucking peak. This game is peak. It's the best.
I'm
This shit
so
rules.
glad we get to share this game. It's so fun.
Yeah! I'm having so much fun with my friend and with Chad and with a really good game. Now let's do the level. Hello.
I think there's some lore that's never like said directly with Surf Haven that I'll tell you about later if we come across it.
Okay. Ooh! Wait, I really like this song. I'm bad at this.
I'm just gonna jam to it for a minute.
Yeah, you should. I feel like you're probably supposed to play this more, like actually one of these serving maps in like Counter Strike or whatever, but
Yeah. Well, this is exactly how I played it. Oh,
good.
no, she's dying.
I'm dying, dude. I went to the hospital today and they told me that I'm gonna die. I didn't think it, and I'd be like, yeah, I know how life works. It ends eventually, but they were like, nah, like soon. But I was already walking out of the room, so I didn't hear that part.
Yeah.
Woo! Oh, this
fucking
song!
I'm head bumping. This is good.
Yeah, dude! Wah. Did I get it? Nope. What's all these swirls and twirls? My head can make sense of it.
I don't know, but by God, this is a fun track.
This music is so fun!
It is so fun.
Yay!
I love Surf Haven.
Eh, okay. Wee! And I probably got the
Yippee!
best score. Gonna be honest, it's surprisingly high.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try it again and see if I can figure out the actual track.
Sure. The intended path.
Yes. It shows you like a little cloud or your ghost. Am I supposed to get this one? I don't. Okay, and then get this one. Yeah, and then this one. Then jump to the other side and then get this one. Okay. All right. Ooh. I'm just gonna get that one. I don't know if I'm supposed to.
Hey, who cares? Forget about it.
It's all good. I'm over here now. I got that one now.
She gets to that one now.
I get this one now. That one. I've never like done, cause you know like these Counter-Strike maps, right? Their existence.
Yeah.
I've never done
Yeah.
anything like that.
I've played on TF2 surf maps. I didn't know that TF2 surf maps are actually built for a specific type of server plugin. So I was hosting it on my own private server, and I was like, man, why do I fucking suck at this? I'm doing everything right. Not knowing that there was like a very specific like plugin that you use to play it actually. And I
then
feel
you
like it's my fault though.
Did you master it eventually anyway though?
No.
Aw, dang. I was gonna say like it's gonna be like Rock Lee, you know?
yeah, with the training weights. But it's like
Yeah.
I'm allowed to like actually play the game.
You're like a fucking god.
Yeah, unfortunately no. Didn't translate.
Unfortunate. My only experience with these kinds of things, we've been here already. Dang it! What could I have done wrong? Is back when I would watch those kinds of like YouTubers who like cover like random
drama and
drama
shit.
or bullshit, yeah. And then they would talk about some other YouTuber who talked about it and show their footage, and it would be them like playing this as they're talking. Well, not this, obviously. They don't have good taste. They'd be playing like
Yeah.
the Counter-Strike maps as they are talking about the drama.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I just associate them with people being like, and Jake Paul did so and so, and I was like, all right.
Jake Paul did this.
Now watch me make this sick jump.
So
Damn.
guys, we did it. We burst 8 million kittens.
That sounds bad. My controller won't stop vibrating. Okay.
Oh, oops.
Uh-oh. I'm sure that'll stop once I'm out of the menu, right? Let's get some more speed in here, because that's fun. Ah, okay, it stopped. I never did get into the Counter-Strike S serve maps, but I'm sure they would have been fun. Oh, sure. I'm sure it would have been fun. Actually, did I ever... Would I ever like a thing in Roblox, maybe?
Oh, I can totally
VR
see
chat!
Roblox. Yeah?
I'm pretty
yeah.
sure I played like at least one of these in VR chat at some point.
That would make a lot of sense.
Yeah. Remember watching Leafy a lot back in middle school? I did not watch Leafy. The one that I watched was Critical.
I see.
What?
No judgment. I just yeah, that makes sense.
Does it?
He was big, that's all. Like
Oh yeah, he
if
was.
you were gonna pick one of them, it makes sense that he would be one of them.
He was big and it was funny. He went, "Woo! That's what's all about. That's
Yeah.
what we've been waiting for." You know?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All right. There's nothing else here then. Okay. Whee!
I fucking love the way this place sounds. It's so pleasant.
Yeah, it really is. It's so good.
Deeply well made map.
Really, very, very wonderful. I wonder if you could port it into Counter-Strike and then people could surf on it while talking about this bullshit. Hello?
What? That'd be good.
I think it'd be funny. To do. Does it say dojo or do you? Do you?
Did you tire of the fray? Did you
Oh.
long to get away? Break animation and find Surf Haven.
So does. Oh wait, I feel like I should have been noticing these things sooner. No, I want to know if there's more.
SMH Zoe, it's like you didn't even read Homestuck.
I'm sorry. The orb. This is my orb. There are many like it, but this one is mine. So. Oh, that's those NPCs, right? I like heard noises. I was like, what the fuck? So Surf Haven is some sort of heaven for these people or something, is my guess.
That's actually really interesting. I hadn't thought about that.
Oh, I did just now.
You did just now.
Do you want to voice this one or should I?
You know what? I'll do this one and you can do the other.
Okay.
Another beautiful round defending the orb. That Terra Spec Op is still scouting me out. I wonder if he... Or more? No, I can't keep thinking about that. I have to stay focused. The orb needs me.
Oh my god, chat, they're totally gay.
Yo, this too is Yowie. I wonder if he noticed me admiring him.
Woo!
I mean, scouting him out. Like doing recon on the enemy, I mean.
That's awesome.
Love that shit.
Oh, it's the best. I love like those kinds of characters.
They're
It's
really
been a
good.
long day past the Gundam Yowie. Every day I see that soldier across the map defending the enemy orb. I can't help thinking what he's like. Maybe in another life we could have been friends. Or more? No, it would never work out. I'm a Terra Spec Op and he's a space terrorist. My guy is thinking about you too! Oh, yay! Happy! What? Really? Yeah, I don't know what to say. It warms my heart. I'm duty bound to stay at my post, but in some strange way, at least we're both together on the battlefield.
My god.
My god. Do you think that battlefield can wait? Sorry.
Battlefields can bloom on the love.
I fucked that up. Don't tell him I said that.
The Spec Ops terrorist says that can love even bloom on the love.
Can bloom play for battle on the field? Bloom love. I also fucked it up. Love battlefield. Bloom love can.
Can.
Do you? Well, let's see. We've all got our roles to play. My guy's thinking about you too! What? Really? I said this already. Okay, let's see what the other guy says.
Yippee!
Yay! Ow. I was trying to get my energy back.
I'm just gonna bonk my head on solid concrete real quick.
Yes, just a second. Okay, let me just do this. It's enrichment. Snake, do you play Battlefield?
Have you protected the orb?
Oh, Reboot, my favorite TV show from 1994. These are the gay characters from Reboot, I've decided.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Another beautiful round defending the orb.
Okay, this sounds the same. Oh, okay, no. That guy is thinking about you too!
Really? I didn't think he knew I existed. Thank you, strange program. Defending this orb will always come first, but at least we'll always be able to see each other.
Aw.
We'll be together, even if it's just in this small way.
I love them.
I love little yaoi bots.
Yeah, they're so good.
Snake, do you think yaoi can bloom on the Yuri Gamer street? Awesome. Awesome.
Fuck yeah, dude! Never before have we needed a yaoi alert to redeem as much as we do today.
So true. Okay, one sec. I'm gonna go log into my class that I'm not gonna pay attention to.
Fuck yeah, dude! Kids, stay in class, unless the alternative is watching my stream.
Yeah. Launch meeting, baby. Let's go.
Let's go!
Let's go! And then close everything else.
I hope they eventually give up their duty and kiss a whole bunch. I think they should just put their orbs together so they can be together and do their duty, otherwise they're being mean to their friends.
So true. But their friends, they haven't seen them in aeons.
That's true, they're all door stuck, after all.
They are all door stuck.
I think those two should be genuine dick suckers.
I'm so glad my fucking mic is muted.
I think that's the very first time in my entire fucking life that I've made a dick sucking joke. That's not me. But the opportunity was too good to pass up.
Yeah, listen, the spirit of it just takes over. You have to.
Yeah.
If you know, if it's a shot you gotta take it.
Yeah. It's true.
Egg.
Oh, egg. Do. This is not your heart. Put down your phone. Mossy username. Thank you very much for your egg. I think I used my one dick sucking joke of my life well.
Yeah, I think you did.
Mm-hmm. The world's longest.
Yep. You know what you have to do.
Alright, gang, we'll be here for a while. Funkage, you got any cool life stories to tell?
I do.
Okay, well, get that ready then for a bit from now. I just got stung by a bug for the first time in my life. I didn't even see if it was a wasp or a bee. Well, that'll be... I mean, if it was a bee, then you would see a corpse. So it's probably a wasp.
Hello. What is this place?
This is the world's longest site. Welcome. Oh golly, I never noticed that. That's so cute. A team of engineers meditated for months to make sure this tube could withstand even the most abstract regions of cyberspace.
Why is it shut? Can I look inside it? Egg.
Tickets are blank 20, a small price to pay to witness cyberspace history.
Saber.
I love when they do that.
It's so cute. It's like, Mom.
Mom, can I have some money?
Also, Sleeping Maza, thank you very much for your egg. Bees leaves their stinger and venom sac attached, which you should remove carefully if it's there, where a wasp would not. Also true. That's true. Yeah. They actually leave their stinger. Yeah, but afterwards I saw some bees flying around, but no wasps. But yeah, you're probably right. There was nothing left behind. It might not have even been one of those. It might have been something else. I think he's gone numb. Oh. Maybe.
Oh my goodness.
Maybe check if that's normal.
Yeah. That's. That's no good.
I don't think that's what usually happens when you get stung by a wasp or bee.
No.
Usually it just hurts.
Yeah.
Anyway. We're moving on with the game, but do check that get that checked out.
That seems like a doc visit, straight up.
We got stung by something last summer. Felt like an electric shock, real bad. I think I get that.
Yeah, I understand that.
Anyway, Sure, whatever.
Thank you. Enjoy the site.
Thank you. Bye.
Oh my god. Oh, the camera work I've received.
Oh yeah.
We're gonna be here for a
This is the
while.
jam. Oh, getting that speed in. I think this was put in specifically just so you could have fun with the speed mechanics.
Hell yeah. Oh, are you still going? There's not anything worthwhile here. It's a gimmick site.
I think it's pretty neat.
You just like it because you can fly super fast. It's 100% a gimmick site though.
What do you mean?
You can build literally anything in cyberspace, and the best they could come up with is big tube.
I mean, it's pretty good. It's pretty good.
It's pretty good. Ow. Excuse me. The fuck? What do you mean it's under construction? It's clearly more. I can see it. Let me go. Cool visual effect on the shaders though.
Oh man.
Oh, what a
Yeah,
ripoff.
I really like this part, but you always go so fast that Saber can't finish their dialogue,
Yeah.
which kind of sucks. But from my understanding, Saber says that you could do better, cooler gimmick sites, like oh, okay, cool. They're gonna talk.
Okay. Raffle.
It's not funny.
Okay. Go on.
But Saber's like, you could do better, cooler gimmick sites. Like I used to do ones that were just like trap people, like Minecraft Bedrock style.
Saber! Whoa, the
Saber.
skid! Hold on. Nice. Wait, hold on a
skid.
second. I've been. Hold on. Does mom say something else when we're here?
I actually don't know. I've never checked. Aww.
Mom! Do some spins. She's been doing spins, you're right, damn. The little leg tug.
Yeah, it's good. I like it a lot.
I get the feeling that the world is square. And thus this goes
Yeah.
on for just as long.
I think so.
Maybe in this direction though. Can I go in the water? Nope. I love the ragdolling, it's so funny.
It's really good.
Ow. Oh,
They're talking... Whoa!
okay.
They're talking about drones in class right now. Trying to... We're talking about film equipment.
Oh. What are they saying about drones?
At the equipment checkout center, they were like, yeah, we haven't checked it out in a while because of their track record they would fly it into a tree.
Mom!
Whoa, okay.
Wow.
Sites and sites interlinked in the World Wide Web. When the paths get complex, don't hesitate to ask a friend for help. Preferably one who's an expert in webs. Ah, like Webcrawler. Okay, that definitely sounds like that is the same for any of the sites here. Because it's not like specific to the tube.
Yeah.
Otherwise, she would have been like, big tube! Cats also love getting in tubes. I think that's important to note.
So
Closed.
true, actually, yeah.
No refunds. That's funny.
That's great. Sorry, they're making me Google myself in class right now.
They're making you Google yourself in class?
Yeah!
Like, you specifically or everyone, just to see?
Everyone.
That's fun for you, huh?
Yeah. Well, funny, if you Google my real name, you actually don't get anything related to Punkit.
Oh, alright. That's probably good.
Yeah, but you do get an article which I did photography for my, like, college.
Nice. Also, yeah, Ceiling Cat is our mom, our space mom,
Yeah, Ceiling Cat's our mom.
our fifth dimensional mom.
Yeah.
Hello, Dolphin. It is not a joke. Well, it is
What's
not a
this
joke,
about
smiley
Wheel
face with
Horseman?
2 mouths. You are winner of the day. Claim your winnings. Enter the hyperlink. Okay. And then go
trust
fast
them.
enough. Wait, hold on. Audio. Congratulations. You won. Congratulations. You won.
It's so true to the era.
That's so real.
Yeah, the What's This About Wheat Horses thing is actually funny because I used to be a social media manager and my fucking boss
You
found
told me
out
about
that I
that,
had,
yeah?
like, 50,000 followers.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
This place looks wild. Oh, it's a dolphin. Congratulations, we won. Trust me. Oh my god. This is amazing.
Oh, I love Trust Me.
Can I voice this one?
Absolutely, go for it.
Between millions of people around the world, I found you. Don't forget to remember this day every time, my friend.
Hello there, friend. I'm Happy. Who are you?
I am Trust Me because you trust me. I also love Congratulations, you won audio. It's so good. Happy, please tell me you didn't go through that hyperlink. Oh my gosh, Happy, you are the millionth visitor on this site. You have won the grand prize.
Oh wow, Saber, I think I won something.
Yes, you have become the owner of a prize. Here it is attached to this message. Prize for you, .txt. Do not touch that, whatever that is. This dude is 100% a virus. It's just trying to trick you.
What? How can you tell?
I love
Trust
you,
me.
Happy.
I love Happy so much. More than anything, I love Happy. Trust me, do not listen to that liar. Oh, we're being raided.
Wow. Wow. Yay.
Hello, hi Dynalope, Jody, and all your viewers. Hi.
Ooh.
Hi, Sweetie.
And Exocaptor, thank you so much for subscribing. Hi gang, how was y'all's stream?
Battery!
Oh, ow, my head. Oof. Anyway.
Not on Yippee Queen. No.
Not on Yippee Queen. I am Zoe Gauntlet Queen. I'm currently Yippee Queen, but usually I'm Gauntlet Queen. I'm an artist. I do all kinds of modeling and whatever the hell. And art. I draw. Voices. I contain multitudes.
It's true.
Yeah. And
I
here's-
don't. I'm one thing.
That's not true. You are a minimum of 3 things.
Yeah, I'll give it to you at 3 things at least.
Yeah. You're an artist, a game dev, and a musician.
Whoa.
Look at you go.
Yippee!
Also, make films.
Yippee!
You do so much.
I do, it's true.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of eggs. Damn.
Yeah, really though. Thanks for the egg, gang.
Hell yeah. Thanks for the egg.
Also, the stream was good. I'm so happy. And why are you yippee? I am yippee because I had a little bit of a hard day, and a little bit tired. So I didn't feel like needing to also pay attention to my gesturing and stuff. So I was like, I'm just gonna be Yippee Queen today.
It's so real.
It's so healthy to sometimes just be a PNG tuber.
Hell yeah.
You can just chill.
It's so nice. I like it a lot.
Yeah. Plus, Yippee Queen doesn't have enough rep on the actual channel. She only ever comes out if I'm
True.
co-hosting somewhere.
True.
Alright, let me do some eggies. Oh, I need to head out and eat, so I'll talk to you later. Okay, thanks so much again for the raid, Jody. See you later. Have a nice dinner. Bye. And also, Jody, thanks so much for your egg. And also, Actual Captor, best friend Jersh. Caveman 203, Soda Vampire, and Millie Bays. Thank you all so much for your eggs, completing the second egg stack of the day. Hooray! Gotta do a stretchy also.
I love your cat noise stretches.
Thank you. I just started doing them naturally at some point, and now I can't stop.
So real.
This is the power of... It's either autism or transgender, maybe voice training.
I think it's a combination of all three.
Yeah, probably. Also, esteemed jester would like a head for Derek. You are a jester. We do have a little jester head drawn by clone, so I could do that one if you want to, but if you have a different suggestion or request, then let me hear it. Give Derek a silly hat. I'd say a jester hat is a silly hat. Here you go. It's even got trans colors.
Yippee!
Yay! There you go, thank you. Trust me, do not listen to that liar. You have won prize. You are the billionth visitor.
Wait, I thought I was the millionth visitor.
See? Told ya. You are both the millionth and billionth winner of the double prize.
I love you, trust me.
Happy, teach this virus a lesson on how to steal energy correctly.
I'm on it.
Yeah.
Oh, the determination
Yeah.
in their eyes.
I love when Happy gets determined. Happy, you're perfect.
Me too. I'm going to kill Trust Me now.
Kill, trust me.
Kill Trust Me. Ooh, okay. I see. Oh! Oh!
You can break through those.
Oh, I'm not doing a very good job at it. I'm doing a very bad job at it. Oh, I can barrel roll in here.
You want to use your charge.
Yes. There we go. Ooh. This is a lot to look at. This must be
Yeah.
really good for the bitrate.
Yeah, assuredly.
Watch me still win this, even though I lost all but one of my hit points at the start.
Yeah. Awesome,
Oh.
you won.
The ad.
Yeah, I gotcha.
Okay, let's try that again. De bitrate loves this. Oh, wat fijn. Daar ben ik zo blij mee dat jullie het allemaal heel goed kunnen zien. Nou,
Oh.
nog een keer gaan we weer.
Oh my god. Trust me, got her.
Oké, deze keer zal ik niet aan het begin meteen echt like 3 keer tegen de ads aan rammen.
So true.
Oké. En dan ga ik ook wel even de deur nog terugkomen. Maar bij bovenop, sure.
Oh no,
Geen probleem. Ja.
Okay.
That's okay, right? Oh, goddammit. Oké, oh.
Yippee!
Yippee.
Okay. Oh! Trust me, do you not?
Can you not do that, please? Fucking Christ.
Are we out of touch now?
Ow. Yeah, no longer Dutch.
The funny thing to me is that it's almost easier for me switching between Dutch and English than it is switching between Uwe voice and God damn it and normal voice.
Yeah.
This one's tough.
Yeah, it's a tough one.
We're just normal men.
What do you mean?
We're just
Normal
innocent men.
You didn't hear that soundbite, so I just said a thing out of nowhere.
don't have enough memory in the memory card.
Egg.
Okay, I think I should make it more of a priority to destroy the ads as they pop up.
Yeah. I mean, it only takes like a little bit of Uber charge, so.
Uh-huh. I'd sort of assumed that they were constant, like they were fixed, you know, and they would just respawn in the same place. Oh, another raid! Wow! Wow! And also some more eggs that I should take care of. Let me just do that first while the raiders pop in. Hi, raiders.
Makes sense, makes sense.
Crimson Flasher and Lord CW starting the 3rd X-Tech. Thank you guys so much. And Space Angie and your viewers, I'm waving, you can't see me, I'm a PNG tuber today. Thank you guys so much for the raid, for the space invasion, very fun. You can take our cool new friend with you. You can abduct Trust Me. I think you'll have a really good time with them. That's our gift.
Hi, Amy.
Hi, Amy. But yeah, thank you guys so much. I hope you had a really good stream. My name is Yippee. Wait, you did a drawing. Sorry, I was just alt-tabbed and I saw it in the... Oh my god! Sorry, I'll show it in a second. Space NG, also thank you for your egg. I am currently Yippee Queen. I'm always Zoe. I am an artist of various kinds, and I'm playing one of the greatest games that to ever exist together with my friend Bunket, who is also an artist of various kinds.
It's true, I am.
Shaking your hand.
Shaking your hand.
Shaking your hand. We're hanging out. We're fighting an ad.
Yeah, we're in cyberspace.
We're in cyberspace fighting the source of all ads in the universe, I think. So if you guys are like space invaders from space, then this will also help you because it's all in the universe. Unless your civilization doesn't have ads, in which case, nice. Can we come?
Yeah, please.
Can we come, please? Anyway, this is a wonderful drawing that Funkin has made. It's happy! Wow! I love it so much. It's so awesome. It's so cute. I'm gonna put it in the corner somewhere.
I had to express the joy that happy brings.
And you're so right. There we go. On the fridge.
On the fridge.
Yippee!
Oh man, even the Discord bitrate is getting fried.
Yeah. Oh god, the fucking face on the screens.
Oh yeah, fuck, I never even saw that before.
That is good. Oh! Okay, that was only my first hit, I think, this attempt, so that's pretty good. Quadrupals. That's cute!
Yes!
Yeah! That is so cute, I love it.
I was like, thank goodness my horse Sona has 2 forms, so I can match Yippee Queen.
Oh, good. Oh, the music is picking up. I love it. You can't see, but I'm bopping.
Yeah. It's good. It's good.
Okay, yes, okay. Go liquid mode during these sections. Go boost mode when the ads are spawning. Jesus Christ, fuck.
yeah, it's real tough. It's real tough.
It's tough. Oh, the ads.
Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here.
Fuck off. Happy doing their job as an ad blocker. Very good.
Thank you, Happy.
Combo.
Hello, trust me.
Oh no. I feel unsafe. This music is making me feel unsafe.
Yeah, it's a very stressful track.
Yeah.
Nice.
Thank you.
I don't feel safe.
Okay, well I got more than 2 laps. I'm surprised, frankly. I did not realize.
Yeah, good work.
What was the voice? Happy, my dear cat, you did it. You have freed me.
I did?
I wasn't always like this. I was beautiful once. I was captured, stolen from my home, forced in this vessel, this horrible, spiky place. Forced to rob others as I had been robbed of myself. Oh, whoa, what a terrible fate. But now I
love your trusty
remember.
voice.
What? Thank you. I love doing voices. I remember myself. I am the Dolphin Prince. Yay! Yay! That's awesome. Also, yeah, Hop Pop. I have a Hop Pop I don't feel safe redeem. No, you're not. Please, I must return to the Dolphin Kingdom. If you spare me some energy to escape, I can return to my homeland. I will reward you handsomely.
I'm a Nigerian prince.
I'm a Nigerian prince from the Dolphin Kingdom. I will honor you as Chief Mouser to the Dolphin Kingdom. Yeah, we're not falling for this.
Sabler, what if he really is the Dolphin Prince?
He's not the Dolphin Prince. There is no Dolphin Kingdom. Let's go, Cat. We've got better things to do.
I love you, Happy.
Oh, that'd be so much. What if, you know? I love that
What
the
if?
UI right now says congratulations, you won.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that's the world name, actually.
Oh yeah, that makes sense, of course. Don't go! I love you! I don't know how to pronounce Russian words,
not-
so...
I know it's not Kauka, but it looks like it.
It looks like Kauka, but I'm not gonna say Kauka because I know it's not Kauka.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, so that's one of the ones that Mom instructed you to do.
Oh yeah! Nice. I'm doing a good job. Did I do it good
Yay!
enough though? Because didn't I have to do 4 laps for each?
I think you have to do 3.
Well, I still didn't do it.
Yeah. Well, you know, we can always make a thing out of it.
That's true. Congratulations, you won. So, I don't know if Gem to Go is still in chat, just lurking, but I want to know if this world is just like you had a bunch of ideas, but you didn't know how to put them, how to make like full worlds out of them. So you're just like, I'll just make a little Zine out of them.
Honestly, brilliant.
No, I think
fucking
that's
love that
great.
idea.
Oh,
Yes!
yes,
Yes!
First of all, this looks beautiful, but this track is just, I love it so much.
Yeah.
It's one of the most soothing. This may be the most soothing song in existence.
It's true. It's
It's
pronounced
pronounced-
Kushka.
Kushka, it means cat. It means cat. I love you, Kushka.
Kushka!
Kushka. Yeah, Gymnopedia. Yes,
the
exactly.
The race for the yes, the race for Kushka. The race made specifically for Kushka.
That's really good. But yeah,
Thank
the
you.
track is called Gymnopedia. Yes, I tend to forget the name. Oops. But I love
Gymnopedia is
this.
a great name.
Yeah, it's a gorgeous track.
Egg.
I love it. This looks like the most Deus Ex website in the entire game.
I was gonna say, it looks very Deus Ex.
It's got that white, black, orange scheme.
Bunch Irons, hi, thanks so much for the egg. I did not hear the music for a second because I had to tab out. I'm set forever now. I should just add Gymnopedia to my chill music playlist for on stream.
So real, so real. Oh my god, this class is taking forever. I wanna just appreciate Digigal.
Egg.
Egg. Another egg. Orange Julius. Hello, thank you so much for the egg. Beep. Hi, it's a lovely song. Yes, it is. There's you know games like Audio Surf that are like you can enter your own song and then it'll like generate a level
Yeah.
based on it.
Yeah.
There's one like that. I don't remember what it's called. But it's like a shoot 'em up. like a Gradius kind of deal, you know.
Yeah.
And it's it's like that. And the main menu music is this. So like every time that I would play that, I would be like, well, I can't play it now.
I'm listening to Gymnopedia.
I have to listen to Gymnopedia.
Oh man, I hadn't thought about audio surfing forever.
I used to be a very big fan of the games like that, like Melody's Escape. I made a mod for Melody's Escape because it was quite easy to make mods for that, so that you could play as my OC.
Yeah,
that was very fun. You're not gonna believe this. She had robot arms, like big robot arms to punch with, and orange hair. I mean, sorry, not orange, pink.
Hair. That's crazy.
Pink hair. Sorry, I misspoke.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Who'd have thought?
I know, right? I know. You wouldn't believe it. There's that one, and then there's Beat something. It's also a shoot 'em up, but it's like a twin stick shooter.
Ooh.
Beat Hazard. It has at least 3 games in the series now, and one of them it's like a space shooter, but like the newest one, I think that's 3, like adds that whole planets, like whole albums can become whole planets or something.
That's so cool.
It's a very cool concept. I barely played it. Oops.
Oh no.
And when you like beat songs, you can turn them into like new ships that you can use with different weapons and stuff. It's a very neat concept. I really like games where you can just enter your own music and it'll like create a thing based on the music.
Yeah. Glass ended. Yes. Okay. Anyway. Yes.
All right, let's go into museum.
Yeah. I love audio surf specifically because it would save the records of specific files.
Yes.
And so like I'd be playing my like YouTube ripped Anamanaguchi like song, and I'd be like, you guys use the same site as me, cool.
I know, right? It's like, oh, there's one other person that's playing this. Nice. It's so fucking fun. I love that.
It's a great feeling.
Would Coral Queen fight the Dolphin Prince? Yeah. Yes. I will kill every dolphin.
Hate those fuckers.
Hate those fucking assholes. Get out of here. Coral Queen has 2 enemies. One is the protagonist of the game that she's a boss in, and it's just a misunderstanding. And after the boss fight, she's like, oh, never mind. And dolphins. For whom it is on site. Okay, hello.
Alright, do you want to do this one or me?
How fancy of a voice can you do?
Welcome, dear patrons of the arts, to the DigiGal, the first digital gallery. Is that good?
Alright, okay. Welcome, dear patrons of the arts, to the DigiGal, the first digital gallery.
Got me there, you got me there.
Yeah, sorry, bud. You can do the next one.
That's okay. It's okay. I'll just go slink in the back of the gallery. I'll be right back.
I'm so sorry. Listen. You have many talents, but I've got you beat on voice acting.
No, it's true.
I mean, it is something that I've like practiced and stuff, and so. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry that I'm better at doing a fucking fancy voice than you. I don't know.
No, it's okay. I'm just better than you. You know.
I'm sorry. I was like gonna try to say like a thing to make it less bad. It just sounds like I'm hyping myself up. I'm sorry.
It's really funny. Oh, how good can you do? Okay, well I can do better, and I'm better than you.
I'm so sorry. Do you want to do it?
No, go for it.
I feel bad.
No, it was just the way you said it was funny. Don't worry, I'm fine.
Okay.
I'm taking my meds. Go for it.
Okay. Would I be so bold to assume you are here for the tour?
Sure.
Fine, tears streaming down her face. Transgirl Trish, thank you very much for the egg.
What a great name.
Yeah, I like it. Please make your way to the tour zone behind me.
Okay. Gift shop.
Oh, I got the sertraline down. Or not the sertraline, fucking spiralactone. Oh!
You good?
Sorry, did something explode?
No, I got a key.
Oh, okay, sorry. I thought the hand exploded, and I was like, I've never seen that before.
I was like, I broke it, no. Dude, I want to get Cube.
I would love Cube.
I want to get Miscellaneous Cube. I have little wooden cube that unfolds into a robot guy at home.
That's cool.
It's pretty cool.
Most basic Transformer.
Yeah. I used to have like a tiny little bootleg Transformer from like a Kinder Egg, and I loved it, and I don't have it anymore. I'm so sad.
I went to a waffle place last
oops.
weekend. Oh, where
Saber! Saber, please! Saber, please help me!
I went to a waffle place in this town called Bellingham, and the waffles were like pretty okay, but they give you a little plastic dinosaur along with your food.
Hell yeah.
And I think that's awesome. I got mine and it was like head first into my fucking sandwich. I was like, okay, sweet. It's cute.
Having a meal.
Yeah, he's eating it.
Yeah. Okay. Whoa, okay. Welcome to Digica. Oh, it's Ga. I thought it was Gal the whole time, isn't it?
It is Gal. I think that's a typo.
Oh no. Well, so be it then. Welcome to
Digica.
Digica. I'm Dolly. I'll be your guide through the first digital gallery. Happy, we don't really have time for this. The center of Digigal is our statue garden. Please, take a moment to relax before diving into the rest of our gallery.
Why is it all statues of arms?
No, it's not. I see some ducks over there.
Yeah, there's a duck. There's Blender default monkey, I'm sure.
Yeah, that would actually be awesome.
That would be really good.
Mm-hmm. I fucking hate that monkey. I don't like how it looks. There's something about it.
The gorilla's ass monkey.
Also, Benchines, the art was drawn by Punkit. And yes, it is super cute.
Thank you, Munchines.
Saber! I spilled my juice! Help!
They would say that.
Yeah, they would.
Mm-hmm. I don't have time for this. Silence! There's always time for a cool tour. Now, look, my boy, there's always time for a puzzle. The arms represent the artists who constructed this gallery, reaching through into cyberspace. Give me a break. Our newest wing is the Journey Through Cyberspace exhibition. On display are slices of data from various regions of cyberspace.
Wouldn't that hurt the original site? Is slicing out parts of cyberspace to display in a gallery really okay?
Yes, moving on. Here we have our very own iridescent garden. Humans have been using sites like these in the physical world for cultural ceremonies and to divine visions of the future. Now we know that they were actually peeking into cyberspace. This tree is linked to a garden in the physical world, located in the city of Strix. If you visit the Pando Labs office, you may be able to induce your own visions of the Digigal. Wait, is this gallery owned by Pandel? No! Moving on! Definitely not!
No, absolutely not.
Don't look at the label. We're proud to feature in our upper display a bust of...
What did you say?
What is that? Well, hold on a second. No, shut up. Moving on, shut up.
Hey, wait, Happy, hold on.
we're proud to feature in our upper display a bust of our most generous donor, Hugo from Pando. Oh, come on. Next, we have our permanent galleries featuring render and shader art from the original founders of Digigal.
I thought you said shitter art for a second.
Shitter art! Well, you know, you go to like a modern art museum and they have like a toilet with graffiti on it.
Yeah.
It's shitter art.
It's shitter art.
It's shitter art.
Who made all this stuff? I can't see any labels.
Don't look at them! It doesn't say Pando, just don't look at it, it's fine.
Just don't observe. Don't do
Do
it.
not observe. I love the word observe, honestly.
It's a great word.
It's a really good word. Like, someone in a server said, like, because it's Lesbian Week, for those who don't know. They were like, Happy Lesbian Week for all who observe, and I was like, oh, I'm observing, all right. And then I posted an image. It's like I'm looking lesbianly.
I'm observing lesbians, all right.
Yeah.
Shout out to lesbians. I may not be one, but the culture, awesome. Fuck
Yeah.
yeah. Love all my lesbian buddies.
I am a lesbian, and I'm feeling great. This is my week.
I'm happy for you.
Thank you.
Is there hold on, I'm gonna look. Is there a bisexual week or something? I'm curious.
You guys better have something.
Oh, there is! Oh my god, it lands right before my birthday. That's crazy.
Fuck yeah, dude!
That's awesome. Literally the day before my birthday is when it ends.
That is so
fun.
awesome. That means that for you, Bisexual Awareness Week is 8 days long.
Yeah!
Woo!
Bisexual Hanukkah, baby.
Wait, Rotstera says every other week is Bisexual Week. It's bi-weekly.
So true. So true.
Kirakat with the me quote, very good.
Very good.
Didn't someone put a pineapple on an empty podium, and when they came back, it had a display case put around it? I can believe it.
Yeah, I can 100% believe that.
I know that someone like put their glasses in the corner of a modern art display at some point, just to see what would happen, and people would start to think it was art.
Awesome.
The founders are sadly no longer with the team, but their art is still owned by Digigal and on display for your viewing pleasure. Against their will. Probably. Finally, we have the Pando Music Audiodrome Experience, sponsored by Pando Music. Half of these exhibits are stolen, and the other half are blatant panda propaganda. Pando propaganda.
It's like Button Demon.
Don't forget the arms.
And one of them is just arms. Thank you, Cat. I hope you enjoy your visit to Digigal. Please peruse our gift shop on your way out. Goodbye.
Okay, thank you.
Propaganda.
Propaganda.
What do they call it when a what do you call it?
Yeah, what do they call it?
What do you call it when a black and white bear is British and good?
Yeah, by Jove.
Proper panda. It's a proper panda, that.
The propaganda.
Thank you. That's my favorite type of joke when I think like I could make a joke out of this, it will be stupid.
Yeah, of course.
It will be stupid and bad.
As it must be.
The first forums. Okay, forums. All right. The first cyberspace forums were created in 1980 and have evolved significantly over time. Settlers of cyberspace use these sites for a way to share information and create communities based around a theme, interest, or fandom. Whoa, fandom mention. On the left is a copy of a segment of SPUD, Sporting Universal Database, generally donated by GOAL! Group of organized, objective, obsessive, operating online archival librarians.
That's awesome. I love that.
That's so good. I love that it has nothing to do with sports. Right on the right, you see a fragment of the Pastanet exclusion zone, the remains of a once thriving forum shattered by what some are calling a flame war. The Pastanet, you say? Might this flame war have been about the ultimate Speckball?
I was gonna say, maybe the flame war contained perhaps some sort of Speckball recipe lost to time. So I'm gonna send you something.
Push.
There we go.
Oh, okay. Oh no! No!
No!
Oh, poor Happy. No! Saber! Oh my gosh, no! What have you done, Pumpkin?
Saber!
Saber! I spilled my juice! Okay, wait, where do I put this? I'll put it here, I guess. This is so sad, Pumpkin.
This is so sad.
But also awesome, thank you. Okay, let's look at some stupid hands. Damn, this shit sucks. Oh, level. Whee! Meow.
Oh, let's fucking go.
Let's go.
Let's fucking go.
What the fucking amen break? You're kidding me? Amen? Whatever.
That's the almond. That's the almond break because it's like amen.
Oh, right, yeah. Oh man, it was unintentional. It's a fucking remix of Junopedia. I love this. This is so fucking awesome. Oh
almond
my
break.
god!
It's so fucking good. It's the acid remix of Gymnopedia.
This is insane. I love this.
It's peak. It's literally peak game. It doesn't get any better than this.
It really doesn't. This is the best game ever made.
It's the best game ever made.
Jesus Christ, it's so good. I'll go this way, I guess. These are really hard to see. Okay.
Yeah, a little bit. I never expected to be emotionally destroyed by a cat flying through cyberspace. Oh man.
I have a
Maybe
feeling
the
this is
juice is bad.
only the beginning, I think.
This game gets real good.
Watch out for Punkett's next drawing of Happy crying. Oh my god, your little dancing PNG, I love that.
Yeah! I made it for Surf Haven, but we were out of it by the time it was viable. It's okay though. This game has so many banger remixes.
Yeah, so it's alright. Oh my god, this fucks. Oh no, I failed.
No!
Saber!
Saber!
I bumped my head. Saber, can you kiss my forehead? Can you kiss my boo-boo?
Why do I have to do that? I'm not doing that, cat. Suck it up.
No!
I die. Saber, I'm dying of sadness now.
He
You
dies.
killed me. Oh no.
No, I'm dead.
I'm dead. I'm dying.
Oh, Happy is the perfect video game character.
It's true. We never need anyone else anymore.
Yeah, once again, I will reiterate, I'm so happy that you're playing this so now somebody else can understand how much I love this fucking cat.
I completely understand. Happy's the best.
Happy's the best. I love Happy.
Oh, whoa.
I thought that was gonna go differently for some reason. I think what's also the best thing about the voice that I gave Happy is that that's also just how I sometimes shift into that voice when something happens. So then it's just as if Happy is reacting to it.
Yeah.
Yay! And we ended at the flame war.
Yeah. Fuck yeah, good work.
She's-
Sailor, why are you so cruel? I'm running away. I'm never coming back.
All I said was you can't have an extra juice. What the heck?
No extra juice for happy.
No extra juice for Happy. Happy is sad forever. Happy is now sad. Called sad now.
It's sad, but there's an H in there.
Yes, of course. Let's see. What will I do next? I have no drag reduction. No drag reduction. Makes it harder to move. What's the positive?
I think
Faster
it means
acceleration.
You can like, yeah, faster acceleration. I think you can drift more? Question mark.
But wouldn't that be easier to maneuver? Man, this
don't
fucking
know.
Rumble's wild.
I wish I was playing with a controller with Rumble.
It's fun. The Rumble also changes. That's especially odd to me. Like, it feels intentional in that sense if it doesn't stay the same the entire time, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Does this happen every time that I go into upgrade menu? No. How odd. Oh well. Duck.
Oh well.
This is one fucked up looking duck. How does it make you feel, Punkit?
I like fucked up ducks. I think they're cool.
Okay. I like that the eye looks like it's like blinking evilly sometimes. A lot, actually.
I never noticed that.
It's the first thing I noticed. See, that's interesting, you know? Different people look at art differently. Wow.
Yeah. I don't see the evil eye. You do.
Yeah. Whoa! They don't have collision!
No.
We're inside the... Oh. They have back face culling. But that's not what that is. It's normal. It's normals. I mean, they probably also have back face culling. This one doesn't. This one has front face culling.
Little Happy's misery is increasing.
Little Happy's misery is increasing. Little Happy's misery is increasing.
I have that. I voiced the original, the Beepo one.
You voiced the original? That's you?
Yeah.
Oh my god! You're a
People's
legend.
misery is increasing. Little people's misery is increasing. Little people's misery is increasing.
That's me.
That's incredible. Zoe, you're a legend.
Thank you. You too.
Speaking of misery, I have a new image for you.
Oh no. Oh yay!
Just kidding, it's not misery.
It's not misery at all. I love this.
I'm so happy forever. Yeah! New juice!
Happy 1 million.
They have new juice!
This is so cool and awesome and good.
Yippee!
Thank you.
The good ending.
ending. let me pour myself some juice also, and by juice I mean tea.
Hell yeah.
Thank you. And thank you for Lucina. Thank you to Lucina for redeeming the sippy to remind me to get some tea. I cannot drink it yet because then I will die. But I will try anyway.
You will die. Hell yeah.
I've died. I shouldn't have done that. I'll try again later.
Hell yeah.
There we go. Stretchy imposter check done. Thank you also for that. Well, this is our. Hey, did I do this one? That's the one I did. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Whoa.
They have orbs and orbs. Do they have orbs in the orbs?
Oh, that one's
In the
trippy.
orbs? This one is. Whoa. This one is. Ooh. Huh. Huh. That is trippy. Whoa.
Trippy is Happy's cousin.
That's true. His fun, the fun stoner cousin.
Yeah. There is a cool thing behind you when you're ready for it. Wow.
Is it mom?
No, it's to your left.
Left. The audio drum?
Yeah.
Oh, is that the music test, sound test? It's totally sound test, isn't it? Oh, never mind. It's not. Whoa!
It's something.
All right. And then can I?
I don't
like,
know what you can really do with it either, but I like it.
I think it's honestly better the less I understand these toys.
Yeah, it's kind of like Happy's perspective. They don't know shit.
Yeah, they're just a little silly thing.
So true.
It's toys.
Yeah.
It's
This game is
toys.
toys.
My toys.
My toys.
My toys.
Smokes the kitten burst weed. I think we should play with toys.
I think we should share it.
I think we should share our toys and siphon energy.
I think we should share our toys and cry about juice.
No, our juice.
Toys though.
Toys though.
Toys. It's crazy
I
shaders.
think in another world, Happy only speaks in impact font.
Real. I agree.
Whoa. This is so real.
Plunkett, you're a legend for that.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll take my leave now. I've done everything I can.
Yeah, that's fair.
Thank you all.
Get out. I don't need you anymore.
Okay. Well,
I'm so sorry.
I'm out of here, nerd. See ya.
Oh my god, the glasses. Let's see. Ad?
Ad. What's it doing here?
All the way up here. Who's gonna see it?
Yeah. I've always wondered, like, if you don't like having ads on your site, can't you just like hide them really far below where people would normally go?
Yeah, because like all. Does that count? Because like all you have to do is like. Just like loading them, right?
Yeah, it's loading them and interacting with the page, I think, is what, like,
Yeah. So
makes them
like.
real.
So like, wouldn't it still count even if you can't see the ad? Because it's too far
Yeah.
below.
Would that be fraud? I'm curious.
Yeah, because like, I mean, I guess the people who are advertising wouldn't like it much.
But fuck them.
Yeah, fuck them. And also, I imagine that most people who do ads, who make them, like little ad banners and stuff, at this point, aren't really caring about people actually clicking on the ads anymore.
Yeah.
It's just about them being loaded, because that's what gets you the money,
Yeah.
I would assume.
Because I think that's how the daily click from Arab.org works. Like, you have to click, but because you clicked, the ads that are on the screen like count towards funding for it.
Mm-hmm.
Stuff like that.
Yeah.
I think there is one area in the gallery that you missed,
What's
or
that?
in the forum slice area. Yeah, cyberspace.
Oh,
yeah.
yes. You're right, thank you. And also, Papyrus Semi, thank you very much for following.
Yippee!
The more likely someone is to see an ad, the more money you can charge for the space. Ah. Okay. That just means you can't charge a lot, but still something for ads that are all the way at the bottom that nobody's ever gonna see, right?
True.
Also, hello, Ultimate Banana Boy. Ah, like from Fortnite.
Like from Fortnite.
Like from Fork Knife. Nice, dude. That's what Fortnite is called in the Amphibia universe, canonically. It's called Fork Knife.
Awesome.
Spam fields, a collection of spam emails generously donated by patrons like you. Thank you. Cyberspace has become increasingly polluted with spam emails. This display shows just a small portion of the problem. Vast fields of spam have been discovered throughout cyberspace. It takes years for forgotten spam to dissolve into null space. Oh no, it's pollution. I mean, it makes sense.
Pollution.
It sounds silly if you don't know the part of the lore that this is like an actual real physical space also. It's just not called that. Pando has been training a fleet of anti-spam bots which can detect and eradicate spam using Bayesian filtering algorithms. Thank you, Pando. No.
I fuck you, Pando. I do genuinely love like how much our internet is contextualized within Kittenburst's internet. Like
it works very well.
Like the fact that they discovered it during the Cold War like mirrors like the way it was being developed during the Cold War, and it's like that's so cool.
It is. It's super cool. I love the thought that's been put into it.
Yeah. I especially like the way certain things manifest. Yeah.
I need this image. I need the original image.
It's a really good image.
I love it. I am Sad Penguin. That's our raid message, gang. It's not we are Sad Penguin, it's all of us say, I am Sad Penguin. Artifacts, I am Sad Penguin. Left. Early research into cyberspace focused on constructing simple shapes and objects. This simple hexahedron is one of the first confirmed cases of cyberspace manifestation. LRPA scientists nicknamed this the default cube. Thank you. That is so good.
What a charming game.
That's especially fun because like when we went on break, the first art that was shown was the default cube fan art. On the right, cyberspace allowed for communication to spread virally. One image in particular captured early researchers' imaginations. Sad Penguin is a photo of a Cape penguin, Spaniscus demersus, wearing a yellow raincoat. The photo originates from the city of Leth Zoo, where zookeepers once dressed up penguins in raincoats to prepare for Hurricane Carlos in 1980X. CLZ wishes to stress that this was purely to inform the public about Hurricane Carlos and that the penguins were kept safely inside the aquarium during the storm. Oh, good.
Yeah.
This penguin looks kind of familiar.
Does it? Oh, Ted the Penguin!
You figured it out before I did.
Well, you know.
It took me a bit, but yeah, that's Ted the Penguin.
That's awesome.
I love the lore. I love how it all works together so well.
It does. That's so awesome. It's so wild.
What a cool game. What a cool little world.
Cool fucking game. These are cookies. Default Blender Cube cookies.
Oh!
Are they?
They're they're browser cookies.
Oh, that's cute.
Yeah, I think you can read about them right there.
I will. Stick.
Just a stick.
It's a
They're
stick.
just like me. I love to collect sticks.
Artifacts, but do you love to collect sticks?
I do, genuinely. I have 2 sticks right here in front of me.
Oh, yeah.
I collect cool-looking sticks and I kind of like polish them down. It's fun.
Fuck yeah, dude. Last time I went hiking, we were doing geocaches, if you know what those are.
I love geocaches!
Fuck yeah, dude! Woo!
Yeah!
Dude, if we ever hang out, we need to do geocaches.
I would love to do geocaches with you. Yes.
Yeah, it'd be so fun. And at one point we were looking for one for a while, and it was at a place where there were like so many like birch branches, specifically like very big birch branches. And so I just, while the other two just kept looking for the thing, I was like, I want a hiking stick. So
Yeah.
I just like found a good one. It's honestly too big, but that's part of the fun of it.
Yeah. Of
You know?
course. That's how it goes with hiking sticks.
Yeah. And it's like it's big and gnarly and stuff, and I still have it. It's on my balcony now. I need to trim it a bit, and then it'll be really good. It's got some little knobs, you know.
My favorite geocache thing is there's one up by Silver Lake in Washington, where you have to go all the way into the woods, but if you find it, it's like a real Christmas tree that's been decorated just in the middle of the goddamn woods. It's so cool. Yeah,
The rules.
so cool. I
That is
found it when I
so
was like,
cool.
we found it when I was like 9, and we went back like several years later, and we were like, it's still there. It's so cool.
That fucking rules. I had not that, but I did have a similar, like a special Christmas geocache that was temporary. Also for those who don't know, a geocache is like a little, it can be like a little treasure box essentially, although it can take many forms. That is hidden somewhere, usually in nature, and it's all documented on like its own app and website and stuff, where you can put down your geocaches and other people can find them and stuff, and then there'll be like hints. Like the general location will be there, so you can walk through it with GPS, and then there'll be a hint as to where it is specifically. And sometimes there's like a puzzle surrounding it, either like a riddle to find it, or literally you can find the place where it is, but then you still have to solve a puzzle to actually get the cache itself. And then inside of the box there's always a little notebook, so you can write down that you found it and when and stuff.
Yeah.
It's very fun. And there might be other things in there. So the one that I did, the special Christmas one, was temporary, and it was the box had like a little mural in it with a Christmas tree, which was very, very cute, and gifts, like tiny little charms that the people that made the geocache made themselves. So a limited amount, and you could then like take it. You could take one if you wanted to. It was very, very cute. It was like a little Christmas gift.
That's so cool. I love that so much.
It ruled. Anyway, artifacts. To the left, these may look like typical chocolate chip oatmeal cookies. They don't, but they are far from delicious. Cyber cookies are used by site creators to track visiting users. You may find a few attached to your cyber ship. By the way, quick PSA to anyone in chat using Tumblr: if you found that Tumblr is like really slow lately, clear your Tumblr cookies, because for some reason there's like several gigs of those, and it's slowing down the site so much.
I'm gonna do that right now.
Yeah, go ahead and do that. Yeah. I like for the past week or two, I was like, "What the fuck is Tumblr so goddamn slow?" And then I saw a post about it. I was like, "Oh, that makes so much sense." I mean, it doesn't make sense that it's a thing.
1.7. What?
You have 1.7 gigs? I had almost 4 gigs, dude.
Jesus.
Yeah, gigabytes. Yes.
Oh my god. That's crazy. Why?
It is. I don't. My first guess was maybe it has something to do with the April Fool's thing. That just for some reason created a bunch of cookies and they're still there. I don't know.
That's wild.
Yeah, so chat, if you use Tumblr, do that, and then Tumblr will be fast again.
Oh my god, it is fast again!
Yeah, I know!
Log in again, but...
but
god.
Small price to pay.
Small price to pay for fucking the website working.
On the right, an illegal branch retrieved from the Arbor Myth. Ooh, I love the Arbor Myth. A Pando dog rip manager bot. Sorry?
Oh, I just said it's cool.
It is cool. Retrieved this stick from a... Oh, the dog retrieved the stick. Retrieved this stick from a piracy greenhouse in which a user was growing illegal branches from copyrighted material.
Yeah.
Good. April Fools, we made our website slow as shit. I read this one already. It's weird.
Yeah.
And it said that I didn't.
Bizarre.
Indeed.
I think that's everything.
It still says that I haven't read it.
Weird.
Oh, very curious indeed. Oh well.
Curious.
Wow.
I love DigiGal. It's such a good like little world building spot.
It is. And it's totally like the sort of thing that you would find online.
Yeah, I've always wanted to create. I have a thing I've been wanting to do for a while, where I just make a digital gallery of like RPG Maker projects that like
Hell
aren't
yeah.
big enough to really release, but like fun enough to like walk around in. Like my pre-rendered city stuff that I showed off a couple
Yeah,
months ago.
dude, that stuff looks so good.
Yeah, I'm gonna put in towards a little like art gallery thing. I think.
Nice. In
Yeah.
in a VR chat world that I have, that I like made as a just kind of as a test. It's built entirely, well, almost entirely out of like things that I'd made for like different school projects and stuff.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, so I mean, it sucks. not the stuff that I made per se. Just the world is just it's just so fucking ramshackle. But it's not trying to be anything more than that. And it's just kind of like experimentation and stuff.
Yeah.
And there's a portal in it that leads to like a grassy field. And it has like a bunch of like just random art pieces that I've made strewn about it.
That's so cool. I love that kind of stuff.
It's a fun world. I'd like to do something like that again with the world that the new world that I'm like building piece by piece now. That's like my like on the Queen's Castle. I'd like to have the gallery in there as well.
That's so cool. That would be so fun.
I want to have a fan art gallery as well.
Oh yeah, my fan art folder is fucking huge.
Yeah.
I save every Forever Weed Brownie variation I see.
That's so good. I also save like basically everything I get. Did I? Yeah, I think I put the new car battery drawing that Maven did. I think I put that in there.
Yay.
That's so good. It's me getting hit by car battery covered in blood.
Car battery.
Car battery! Literally
How'd
like
they do that
Pavlov
there?
myself.
Yeah.
What they do in this show, because Victorious is an insane show.
Yeah.
Car battery!
Like that would just kill you.
Yeah, probably. Oh, did we make it? Are we here?
I think so, yeah.
Aw, that's the end? Oh no! Oh
Yeah.
well.
You can see why it's one of my favorite sites though.
Oh yeah. Oh wait, like this one or just this whole place?
This whole place.
Yeah, no, this Ooh. Oh, it's the Arbor Myth.
Yep.
The Arbor Myth. I've heard about this from the museum, from the lore.
Yeah.
The Arbor Myth. Some say this is the center of cyberspace.
A giant tree is at the center?
It looks like a tree, but it's really the manifestation of human stories. Fairy tales, superstitions, history, fake news, all branching up through time. At the roots are all of our myths and legends. I try to avoid this place. It seems sacrilegious to mess around here.
Do you think Polly would come here?
Worth looking around, just be careful, okay?
Okay.
Good luck, have fun.
Gulf.
Golf.
Love the Arbor Myth so goddamn much.
Oh my god. All the sound design here. We go from like just places that have like nice music to this.
It's so cool.
Hello? Monkey? Squirrel? The squirrel, the name, the evil icon.
Hold it! Oh no. Now why are you on this branch? This is PN 6120 fiction. You nincompoop! You should be in SF 441450 cats!
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just visiting.
Wait, are you QA 76.75 computer software? HV 4905 4959 animal experimentation? What are you?
Well, I'm happy.
BL24441? Oh, your majesty! How can I be so brash?
Yo.
As
Oh.
if, honestly, all you SF441450 cats think you're BL2441.
Oh, this is awesome.
I love Squirrel. I don't have time for this. I have TJ210.2-211.47 mechanical devices and figures, automata, robots, general to clean up.
Yo, robots, let's go.
Yo.
This is like, you know that comic that's like you know, like most people only have like a surface understanding of this subject. They only know
Yeah.
blank. That's this.
The fucking XKCD comic.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, this is exactly what it is. I suspect the troublesome user in the greenhouse is to blame for this mess. Do be careful, SF441450. I believe she's practicing SB169172.5 tree crops in that greenhouse back there. Or was it Z551656 copyright? BF1562.51584 witchcraft? TA170171 environmental engineering? No, it was BF1562.51584 witchcraft! Definitely BF1562.51584 witchcraft! Steer clear of that one.
So glad I don't have to voice this character.
I took the burden.
Thank you. Yo, we're gonna meet a witch? Looks so excited.
Okay, I'm going to look around. See ya.
I think you're gonna like this character.
Oh
See ya.
boy, I'm so
And
excited.
all you have for farewells? You need to brush up on BJ2195 telephone etiquette. Shut the fuck up, Squirrel.
God, I hate you, Squirrel. You're funny.
Squirrel is funny.
Whee! Wait. Did I see another creature?
I think Squirrel's the only creature in here, from my understanding.
Well, okay then.
I won't stop you from looking around, though.
I mean, wait, actually, I do have to do something.
Mom.
Wait, Mom might have spoilers.
Oh. Okay.
Oh, okay.
I'm trying to think about what Arbor Myth has. It might mention a character you're not about to meet yet, so
Okay. The witch. I assume.
I think you're gonna like the witch. I think the witch is cool.
Hello. Yo! Oh my god!
I knew Deltree would be
my
up your alley.
God! Okay. Should I voice Deltree?
I think you should. I think you deserve to.
Okay. You have tread upon my domain and must now suffer! Who are you?
Hello. I'm happy. I didn't mean to trespass. I'm just looking for my robot friend. Who are you?
My handle? It's Deltree. This site is forbidden for bots like you. Now leave before you are expunged! It's Polly! Oh my god, it's Polly! Would you like to take over as Polly so you also have someone to voice in this
Yeah,
scene?
sure. Oh, communications officer Happy. It appears I be stuck. Have ye come to me rescue?
Hey, it's Polly.
Shut it, bot! Del, the cat is with me. Just give the bot back and we'll go. Oh, you know each other, huh? Saber? Is that really you?
I
know
love
her,
Deltree's
Saber?
embarrassed voice.
Yeah, we were both in Shiver back before she left to run this side. I left for good reason, or did you forget? The fucking typing quirk.
Homestuck ass.
Seriously? You didn't know she's read Homestuck. It's the copyright wizard. The Arbor Myth Open Organic Orchard is a project for growing our connection to the Aether, not eroding it.
Do you write new stories here?
Myself? Some, but for most I give them a home and protect them from murderous bots who wish to prune them.
Why would a bot do that?
Are you that naive? Because, Kitty Pet, Megacorps claim they own these branches, and any new branch threatens that BS claim. It's fanfic. Everything is fanfic! I see what you are doing, Saber. You joined them, didn't you? Sending Pendo bots to destroy my site. How dare you? I thought you wanted to fight them. You are a poser! No! I'm not with Pando. I'm trying to stop Pando. Enough! If you want your killer bot back, you Grebo here. You had Grebo here. Deltree's the best.
I fucking love Deltree so goddamn much.
Oh my god, everything is fanfic. That's true. The Bible is fanfic.
God. The Bible is fanfic.
Oh my god. You and your killbot back. Wait, hold on. If you want your killbot back, you and Grebo here will have to go through me. Ooh, special animation. Deltree, you're the best. Your gender.
Deltree is probably the most transgender character in this entire game, I think.
Oh, that's saying something.
I know. I think you can talk to Happy before you, or not Happy, you can talk to Polly.
Polly. Yes, I can.
Polly!
Oh, it looks like I was Deltree.
Why do you parley with this witch? Get me out of here!
Okay.
Why do you...
Why do you...
Cutting
Okay.
off character.
I feel like I should know what that says.
Talk to you now, I think?
I guess. 1,000-year door, Nintendo! 1,000-year Nintendo.
1,000-year your Nintendo. Oh, Deltree, you're so cool. You're so cool, Deltree.
You're so goddamn cool. Ooh, whoa.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Oh, we're not flying, we're just staying here. Oh,
Yep.
this is so cool. I love the variety.
This game
This
is
the fucking magic circles that we have to dodge. That's awesome.
This game is so good.
This is the fucking best, dude.
I love Kid Burst so much.
Oh my god, I love this game more than life itself. Okay, now we're flying. Ooh, oh. Magic missiles. Except they're not, because magic missile always hits.
Deltree is such a gender character. I love her.
Extremely. Oh, talk to you never. Wait, that's so much. Yeah, that's probably what it was. Oh my god, this is the best.
I love that this is one of the best examples of like the battles timed to the music.
Yeah. The sound of the magic circles like activating. I mean, I guess they're not magic circles anymore, they're just tendrils, branches. I need art of me smooching Deltree right now.
So true, Queen.
Whoa! Oh my god!
Yeah!
This game is the best. Thank you for the Yuri alert. Oh, this is becoming a Toho fight.
Literally some Toho bullshit.
Oh. This is the coolest thing ever. I really hope Deltree like joins us after this, because like I need more of her in my life.
She's that cool. I love Deltree.
She's so fucking cool.
I love you, weird internet fanfiction witch.
Mm-hmm. Also, someone was backseating a chat. Don't do that. I know you mean well, but no, you mustn't.
Don't worry, I'm here for that.
Yeah.
Just kidding.
Ow. No. You would never backseat.
Okay, cool.
You refuse. No, I only want advice and such if I explicitly ask for it. And that is very explicitly. Like, even if I just go like, what's the deal with this character? That's not me asking chat. That's me just sort of pondering. I'll be like,
Yeah,
hey,
yeah.
hey, Chad, please tell me blank. That's when I'm asking for it.
Makes sense.
And that's a spoiler in chat. Cool, thanks. Hey, I am Sushi. You need to watch what you're saying, please.
Let's go. This fight is so fucking cool.
It is so fucking cool.
I would have a commentary. I just like this track a lot.
Yeah, no, I'm just vibing. I'm just enjoying it a lot. I love that sound. It just sounds like some evil voice.
Yeah, I think it's one of the text-to-speech programs that's like been corrupted.
Right,
It's
right.
really cool.
It does kind of sound like that.
I think Deltree is like one of the strongest boss fights in the game. Like in terms of like just the impact it leaves on you, it's so cool. I this is what I mean, I guess, by like the game was made sequentially, so it only gets better. Like,
Right, yeah, you did say that. I'm seeing it.
like I like the the dog fight and I like the Chaos Butterfly, but like you can really see the game step up its like whole entire ethos in this in part B.
Copycat was also extremely fucking cool fight though.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, like it was already good from the start, but like once they bring out like Deltree, it's like holy shit, this game
Yeah.
is so cool.
Oh, wow, I didn't even see that coming.
Oh no!
That's okay. I can still win this.
I adore how crunchy the fucking like drum track is.
It's just so good.
She sounds so angry.
She does. I didn't even do anything. I'm just a little kitty cat.
You're just a little kitty cat. You made the guard dog fight all the way back in 2020. I think your progress shows. Like I already think the game was cool, but like by the time we get to like Copycat and Deltree, holy shit! Holy shit! It's so cool.
Like, if it only gets better as it goes along, I am so excited to see where it'll end up, you know?
Oh yeah, I
What
can't
are
wait
these
to show you.
icons?
Yeah, I
Mouse.
actually don't know.
Hey, oops.
I love the fucking like nuclear, like radiation things too.
Damn it.
She has such strong theming. I love it.
Oh, the magic circle's overlapping with the branches. The skull! The skeleton appears!
The skeleton appears.
What?
Yes!
Oh, wait, I did it. Yay, I
You
did
beat
it!
Yeah. Nightcore unlocked. Back to the bone rift. Oh shit! Damn! Whoa! Oh my gosh!
Thank you so much!
Gen 2 Gok heeft het AT1 sub.
This is my reward for beating Deltree in the fight.
This is your reward for being so good at games.
Gen 2 Gok heeft
thanks.
het AT1 sub. Kormano themaatje.
Oh my gosh.
I looked so hard, by the way, to try to figure out if I could make this just not do each of them individually. I could not.
Gen 2 Gok heeft het AT1 sub.
I love Deltree's like face icons because they're so passionate. Like
They are.
the one where she's embarrassed is so very like, oh, I see you were really into anime when you were a teenager.
I gotta pay attention to when that one comes up again.
Yeah, you could tell Deltree was like a big Toho fan.
Oh, well, yeah, definitely. For sure.
Yeah, I wish my internet self could manifest as like a fucking bullet hell boss fight.
Oh my god, it'd be so cool. I just I just realized I have like 1 million concepts for potential alts that I could make at some point. I don't think, and all, like, the whole thing is like each of them is a video game boss. I don't think any of them are a bullet hell boss yet.
Oh. I need to read her fucked up toxic Yuri pic.
Oh my god, me too.
Yeah. You know she's writing those.
I think I have plenty of alts that I could retool to be a bullet hell boss fight. How do bullet hell only punch? You throw punches.
Yeah, the punches become punch bullets.
Yeah, I mean, fucking Spectral Queen. Like her boss fight involves her like summoning spectral fists that she throws. So,
you know, I just realized I'm also doing an internet thing. I could just put us in as boss fights. That could be really fun.
If you wanna.
I was like, man, I wish I had a boss fight. Oh wait, I can't just make that.
You can in fact just make it. I did actually before. Wait, is that the original? Was that the first use of Gauntlet Queen as a? Okay, for context, I've told about this before. The origin of Gauntlet Queen as a name, as a username, because it was already my username before I became a VTuber and stuff. Is that I had a bit with some friends where we were like, haha. What if we were all like leaders of medieval kingdoms that each revolved around a gimmick, and the gimmick was like something that we liked? What would it be? And for me, it was like gauntlets, because I really love gauntlets and punching and robot arms and monster arms and all that kind of stuff. And I just all like generalize it as gauntlets, because then I can call it Gauntlet Girls because I like girls.
Yeah.
So I'll be the Gauntlet Queen, I said. That's where that comes from, and we really liked that bit, and like one friend specifically was really into the bit, and then for his birthday I made a little RPG Maker game, about that, where like his character goes like through the kingdoms and like helps people and stuff, and I think Gauntlet Queen was a boss fight in it at some point.
That's so fun.
That's like before I decided on like being a video game boss. That's crazy.
Heck yeah. I love stuff like that.
I just now thought about that. I completely forgot about that. Nice. Nice. Anyway.
Nice boss.
Nice boss. Corporate Queen. Well, that's not a valid alt name. It has to be 2 syllables.
Is that how that works? Okay, cool.
Yes. Gauntlet Queen, Spectral Queen, Broadcast Queen, Yippee Queen, Coral Queen, Fennec Queen. Her actual name is Queen de Fennec, but the other queens physically do not understand one of like their kind being called something that isn't the same naming format, so they started calling her Queen Fennec Queen instead.
Makes sense.
Yeah, it's always 2 syllables.
I see. Okay, that's cool.
I pronounce corporate. I mean, I guess corporate, but the name, it's actually like corporate, right? It's like 2. Yeah, Corporate Queen, Business Queen would be a good one, I think.
Business Queen is your Susan Taxpayer alt.
Right. I've been thinking like, what would I make if I made a Susan Taxpayer OC?
My favorite Susan Taxpayer OC is John Autism, who is just Shadow the Hedgehog. My buddy
That's
Pasta.
awesome.
My buddy Pasta made it after seeing all the other Susan Taxpayer OCs, and fucking, she's the funniest person on the planet. It's really
It's just Shadow the Hedgehog. That's so awesome. That's really good, John Autism.
John Autism, which is really funny. There's a fan blog out there that catalogs like Susan Taxpayer stuff, which is super cool. I'm very honored. John Autism has his own tag.
Fuck yeah, dude.
Which is awesome.
That rules.
Love shit like that.
Also, if I were to call one Corpo Queen, that would be confusing because Corpo is like a term in the VTuber scene for like a corporate VTuber, and I'm never gonna be a
really?
corporate VTuber.
I don't get corporate VTubers. Not something I understand, honestly.
It's.
But
I mean, if people like him, that's fine. It's just, to me, the fun of a VTuber is that you get to see someone be as much themselves as they can be, ideally.
Yeah.
You know? It's
Yeah.
like, it's they make their own Sona, they make their whole own setup, and they are... If they are doing a character, then they're doing the character that they want to do. But most VTubers just don't really do a character that much. They're just being themselves, you know? Like me too. Like, I'll talk about, oh, I'm a video game character, but most of the time I'm just being normal, you know? And when you're watching a corporate VTuber, it's manufactured.
yeah.
You know, the model was picked for them. They themselves were picked for their voice or personality. You know, like it's not. They're on contract. They're hired.
Yeah.
Their model is made by someone else. Their layout is made by someone else. Their personality is chosen by someone else. They're told what they can and can't say.
This feels like a weird comparison. It almost kind of feels like the way wrestling works sometimes, but not as cool.
Yeah, I can see that definitely. And I know
like,
I know it's not.
Now you're a clown.
Yeah, I know it's not completely manufactured. It's not like they're handed a script or anything, but still, like, if I can choose between watching a VTuber that is like someone in their own apartment, they, you know, whether they made their own model or got it commissioned or something, but it's exactly what they want and they're doing it exactly the way they want, and they're or you know, a character that has like a whole team of people telling the VTuber what to do behind it. I don't know.
Yeah. Corpo Queen is just like the most stock anime looking version of your model possible.
That's also such a thing. Is like, anytime I see a stock looking anime VTuber now, I'm just like, that's probably a Corpo VTuber. Even when it's not.
Yeah. Even when it's not. They poisoned the well.
Yeah.
So I have something special for you to make up for the spoiler in chat.
Or you send it to... Yeah! Woo! My dream come true!
Dream come true!
Yay!
Yippee!
Yuri!
Yuri!
Thank you so much, Buckets! Hell yeah!
Yuri alert!
Fuck yeah! Oh my god. Thank you. Salad Queen, a VTuber designed by a committee of chat members. I have to confess something to y'all, chat. I mean, it's not so much a confession as reminding you about something that you all probably forgot. It's probably better if I don't remind you. At the beginning of last year, I did a donation marathon, and there were a bunch of redeems, or like a bunch of goals. And one of those goals was that you guys would get to design a costume for me. And I still haven't gotten to that one because I want to get something else done first that would probably influence what kind of costumes you guys would do. Like, if I let you guys design a costume now, you would end up being disappointed probably when you see what I'm trying to make next. But I'm so hard in the fucking art block. The executive dysfunction is killing me so hard. It's taking me so much longer than I wanted to get that out. So that is still coming. So a VTuber designed by a community of chat members will happen, actually. I promise I am going to get to it.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Anyway, let's get back to the game.
Your game.
Vafan. I don't know what that means. Oh well, Vafan, how was I bested by this pitiful program? What are you?
I'm happy. I'm just a racing cat. I'm just a little thingy.
A racing cat? Happy is more than just a program, Del. They're mimetic. Oh, a twist! I should have known! Oh my god, look at her blush! Yay! I love her!
I love you, Deltree. You're perfect.
You're so perfect. You're my second favorite character in this game now. Sorry, you'll never beat Happy.
Nobody will, but second is basically first.
Also, I love the emojis on the gas mask.
Yeah.
It does have bread on its head. You're right. Good eye.
You did it.
You did it.
I'm the what?
Mimetic. You're like a program, but more cyberspacey. You know how users can dream up programs, right? Like Polly, for instance, or the racing cats? Well, when a large group of users dreams of something together, it becomes something else entirely. Born of the collective unconscious, you are a pure being of the aether. A mimetic.
What? Is that good? Am I happy about this? I don't know.
Also, I love how the stream layout just has a bunch of your doodles on it.
Yay!
It's so good. As if my stream wasn't already busy enough. That's why you could move the skybox. It's why you're conscious. But why would your racing cat bloom into one? Are they the champion or something?
Oh, it's an emoji.
Okay. I guess I can see it. I'm so sorry, Deltree. I'm failing you.
It's okay.
I mean, I see that it's like crying eyes. I think for the T's.
Yeah.
But I'm not quite sure what I'm supposed to see from the Y.
It's like a mouth.
Yeah. Oh well.
I think the Romania font is betraying your emojis, queen.
That sucks. I don't know sports.
Oh, to tell you the truth.
Oh, to tell you the
Ancient
truth,
acronym, okay.
ancient acronyms. Thank you. Of course, because she knows all the ancient languages for the spells and stuff. To tell you the truth, I don't know sports. Happy is kind of the undercat. They've never won a race. I'm bad luck. No, Happy. Happy, no, you're fine. You're okay.
Happy, you're perfect as you
You're
are.
perfect.
We love you.
We love you so much. You don't have to win any races. You just have to live. Where? I started playing this game before I got a Tumblr, so I didn't realize how much of a blurb from my show energy this game has. It extremely does. More so than most
Extremely
games,
does.
honestly. Like, I'll have games where I'm like, oh yeah, I like this character a lot. But then I play this and it's like, Happy!
Happy, my little boy, Happy! I love you!
Happy the most of anything ever!
The ancient texts. At least we have a scholar here to translate for us.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jam.
Thanks so much, Jam. People relate to that, so they cheer Happy on. Oh, I see. That's cute.
Oink!
Oink! Oink. Weird. It appears the quirks and qualities of cats prime them for mimetichood.
We do? This what?
I am Sushi. Thank you so much for following.
We do? There's more like me? Can I meet them?
Another time. Del, Happy is helping me take down Pando. This time for good.
Can we please have Polly back? I promise he's a good robot. You're Happy, you're the sweetest little thing.
You're perfect, and we love you, Happy.
I love you so much, Happy. You're so cute. You're so nice.
Oh. They're cats born to be memes. Yeah. Memes were born from cats, I think. I think cats were the first memes.
It's true.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Happy just wants her friend back. Yeah.
Hi.
On one condition.
Anything.
I wish to join you on your journey. I need to see where this. Yay! Wow, I didn't know this was gonna happen or anything. Sorry. Can we please stop traumatizing this poor cat? I'm afraid. I've got a feeling we're not done doing that yet. What a Very worried.
Where the story grows.
Yeah. I need to see where this story will grow. I love grow instead of go. This does feel like a very good stopping point as well for today.
Oh yeah.
That was so awesome.
I love you, Scratch. What a fun world. What a kick-ass boss fight at the end.
Serious, it was fucking amazing. What a like great like way to cap off that world as well.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Like it, like the it really fits to have a character like that at the end of a world like that.
Yeah, totally.
Oh boy, DoorDash is offering me a discount on Mr. Beast Burger. I love rotten meat. Rotten meat.
Oh man.
Have y'all seen the Eddie Burbeck video about the Mr. Beast Burger?
I need to watch it.
It's so good.
It's true that you'll never really know me.
Also, enjoy your lurk. I'm Sushi. Happy with an arrow pointing at them with text that says barely holding it together. No. Saber! God, I have to get this song. Do you have a Bandcamp, Jam?
Yeah.
Nice. I gotta go there. Who voiced this one?
I do Hugo's, but I think you do Molly.
Oh, okay. Director Hugo, what are you watching?
Nothing.
Nothing at
Molly,
all.
you returned. What happened?
I was recalled to the Eternal September by that troublesome user, Saber.
How is she?
I didn't know her before, but was she always so snippy?
I mean, the ship. How is she?
Oh, I'm afraid the ship is in disrepair. The cabin is an absolute pigsty, plus the ion drive is way overcharged.
That joyriding little... She's gonna wear her out.
I tried to re-enable the ship's ping beacon, but she refused and sent me back here.
Oh, you little sneak! You find anything? I need to know what she's planning.
There was this lazy racing cat named Happy. They appear to be working together.
How dare you? Cat?
That's fucked
That
up.
racing show? What do you mean they were working together?
The cat was asking Saber about the location of their previous bot, named Polly.
The cat talked? Get Eclipse on the line.
Adding him now, Director. Who is this?
Yes, this is Eclipse, my favorite character.
Oh my god, are you also a kitty cat? Who
do you
the
do, Eclipse or me?
Um,
I think you should do Eclipse, honestly.
okay. What kind of voice will this character have?
Well, they do Homestuck speak, like Terezi, so...
Okay. What? Is that good?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Eclipse, do you know if there's a new cat medic, possibly a racing cat?
Do you live under a rock? Yeah, everyone knows that one.
I see. It appears Saber is enlisted in some scheme of hers.
Saber? She's back?
Whatever she's planning can't be good. I need you to capture this cat.
Okay.
Also, when will Adderstone be ready? My patience is wearing paper thin.
Adderstone. We're working on it. Chillax, dude. I don't know if this is just part of the hologram, but the way that the chest on this character looks, it looks very My Chemical Romance.
You're so right, very much.
I hate this character, love and hate him. Damn it, I was looking to prevent myself from spoiling. Well, that's not that much of a spoiler. Did you love and hate this character? That's alright, but do be careful.
Yeah. But I also do love Eclipse very much, and I will be profound about this. ETA.
Soonish. It would be quicker if you'd stop sending lawyers over to Big O's house IRL all the time.
I can only pull so many strings. Panda Music is a different department. Tell him that they'll be off his back as soon as you two deliver Adder Stone.
I love when characters talk with brackets.
Yeah, I think so too. I love that Hugo has a completely default profile pic. It says so much about him without calling attention to it.
I
It's
agree.
so
I also
cool.
and that the name is not Hugo, it's Hugo from Pando.
Mark Zuckerberg ass.
Exactly. Get this right. Oh, this is me. Sir, Eclipse has left the chat.
Ah, fucking thank you, Molly. Ugh. Out of everyone we could have cracked it, why did it have to be that troll? Another cat mimetic, huh? What is it with cats?
Born to be memes.
What is it? What is it with cats?
They're
Yeah,
so I love them.
Fun fact, you know how we love Happy so much?
Uh-huh.
That's the whole reason Happy's a mimetic. Happy is loved by everybody.
That is so true.
We literally love Happy so
incredible.
much, and that's why Happy
Chad.
exists.
Chet, we're doing it.
We're doing it!
We're doing it. We're believing in fairies and shit.
Do you want to take back over for Polly, or should I do it?
I think you can keep doing it, because, otherwise, it's just so many characters on the Eternal September that I voice, you know?
Gotcha.
As in
Yo.
every single one of them.
It's good to finally have another user to man the ship. What be your cyberfarer profession?
Put your arms up to give Happy your power. I don't know. I don't know, librarian?
That's not quite one of the key roles. We still don't have a navigations officer.
Saber, I'm going to put this bot back in a birdcage if it keeps talking to me.
Ahoy, librarian officer Tree. Welcome aboard the Eternal September.
Poor Polly, dude! Where are you next? I have an idea. You're after Pendo's new site platform, right? Yeah, but there's no way to get to it. It's air-gapped. Air-gapped?
Yeah, airtight, I suppose.
Yeah. Everybody putting their arms up, including Jam. Yeah!
Including Jam, yes!
Woo! Jam counts for 2.
It's true. It's Jam 2 go.
Exactly.
2 powers.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Orator's been there. He might know a way to get in. You should head to his site next. Oh, Orator. His site's Basil Rips, right? What's the matter? I thought you two were friends. It's just we didn't leave off on the best terms. I've been putting off talking to him. He's going to make it a whole thing.
Oh no, is he a troll?
Worse. A theater kid.
I forgot about that line!
Oh no.
Oh my god. Saber, you're so good at this.
Saber's so fucking. Every single character here is the best.
Oh, I love the Eternal September crew so much.
Alright, let's rip the bandage off. Polly, open a hyperlink to Basil Ribs.
Aye, Captain.
Good to have you back, Polly.
Yeah. It is good to have you back.
Okay, let's do a bit of
All right.
talkies and then we'll go.
Cool.
Copycat.
I assume you don't see anything new. Hello, Happy. This is quite the archive. Yes.
You okay? You don't have to go through it all at once.
Yes, much departs.
Oh.
Hello, Deltree.
Hi, Deltree. Hello, my canonical girlfriend. Let me just get up to your fucking face. I'm doing a really bad job. See,
There we go.
Deltree is my canonical girlfriend. Shion from Kingdom Hearts is my canonical daughter. That's how it works.
That's how it works.
You're alert. Hi, Happy. By the way, Saber said you were looking for nodes to search ion energy source. Yeah, fucking Christ. By the way, Saber said you were looking for nodes to source ion energy from. You should use the one at my site. I hid it up in the canopy. You can find it if you look up around the hyperlink. Do you need anything?
Why do you hate bots?
I don't hate bots. I just think they're a blight on cyberspace.
Oh,
Do you need anything?
So, fucking Deltree's like constantly pursued by like my pussy and Biobot.
That's totally what it is. Wait, MCR
I
Mike.
don't want to see it.
No, no. I'm Ace.
Hell yeah.
MCR, my canonical romance.
So true.
So true.
why did you leave Shiver?
Let's just say I disagreed with where Saber was steering the crew. Aw, sad face. I joined because I wanted to protect cyberspace, but the things we did just led to more destruction. Do you need anything?
Why did you start a fanfic site?
Because I had a lot of fanfic. What else was I gonna do with it? It's not just a fanfic site. It's not.
Just automatic flustered face on command. Let's go.
Yeah.
I love it.
It's really good. It's so good.
I love the like question mark, like interrobang.
Yeah,
on
like,
her background. It's not just a fanfic site.
It's not just a fanfic site.
Deltree's getting a series of milfs in your area.
No, I must stay true to my one true love, Zoe Gauntlet Queen.
This is chat's goal now. You have to make all the Deltree Zoe ship art possible.
If you want to. I would love it. Also, I just
This is how I
realized
am with Geronimo Stilton, so I understand.
Yeah, right? You get it.
Yeah.
I really love the art style as well for Deltree's icons.
Yeah, this artist has a couple of the icons. It's really good. I think they
Hell
also
yeah.
do Eclipse and Happy and Saber. I'm pretty sure.
Nice.
Yeah, I forget the artist's name, but shout out to them. They're fucking awesome at their job.
Yeah, extremely so.
I should get back to it.
Talk to you later. Now? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Talk to you later, nerd.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah.
Bless you.
I know there are desperate women in my area. I am one.
What's she
So
gonna be
true,
desperate
Deltree.
for? She's got me.
So true.
So
Well,
true.
you weren't here until now, so.
That's true. That's true.
Oh, you're gotcha.
Yeah, new gacha.
Bella Lou gotcha.
Hello.
Back again to try your luck?
Yeah.
Ooh.
You should definitely not call her adorable to her face. She's very dark and edgy. Thank you very much. I can say it. She gets very flustered. I've just decided. I'm just like just making shit up about the character who's my girlfriend now.
James goes right here. You know, it's canon. You're saying it in front of me.
The Gemtigo has not denied it, therefore it's canon.
Yeah, that's how it works. Deltree and Clippy PFPs are by Slipoo. Yeah. Okay,
Thank
yeah,
you.
It's just Deltree and Clippy.
I got it. Hold on.
Somebody
Let
did a
me
fucking awesome job.
let me just pull up their Twitter. Do-do-do.
Thank you, Slipoo. You created the
Thank-
fucking best faces in the game.
You really did. Okay, I don't see them immediately on
Slippuccino. Okay,
Sleppuccino. Thank you. That is a fun name.
it's a great name.
Yeah, fuck. How do you type? Sleppuccino. That's how you type.
I mean, yeah, you have those big gauntlets on your hand. I imagine it's
Oh
kinda hard.
yeah. It's all slamming and stuff.
Yo, wait,
This-
yo.
This is good. This is good. What's up? You just also looking at the art?
I would even better. Your canonical romance with her would probably start with a classic gay rivalry, since did she think you were a bot?
Oh, that's so real. Fuck
You'd
yeah.
have your own Toho boss fight.
I have my own Toho boss fight. Oh my god, I can't believe I have the enemies to lovers romance. This is so fucking awesome.
Oh my god, Yuri alert.
Oh my god, the Yuri alert is so real. Romanceable NPC DLC when? Oh, this is the best day of my life. The flamingo.
Organism.
Organism. The saber glasses. Yes.
It's one of my favorites. It's one of my favorites.
Okay,
Love
we
the
gotta try
saber
those on. For late night coding. Oh, it's almost midnight. Sphere. Orb.
Orb.
Nice. Cone. Yay, now we can match. We can match
Very
with
lovely
Deltree.
cone. Yeah.
Very lovely cone. Piebald. You know.
Piebald.
Go. I love them.
Oh my god, Piebald, you're perfect. We love you.
Rose. Rosa. Halo. Is it still holy if there's only one hole? Is it a hole? Does a ring have a hole?
Fuck if I know.
Yeah, right. Thor, aura of lightning.
I'll say this: I view holes like I view art. Like if it's a hole, I'll call it one. You know?
Yeah, fair enough. Yellow banana. Looking cool, happy.
Yay!
Aren't
Looking
all
cool and
bananas
happy.
yellow? Isn't it? Well, they get brown, I guess. Pixel
Yeah, they can be
context.
green.
Pixel perfect. I think I'm going to vibe. I'm going to relate to that one. The pixel contacts. Let's see, banana. Okay, so the saber
saber
glasses.
glasses.
Does those do anything, or do they just look good?
Cool, as far as I know.
All right. They do look cool.
They do look cool.
It's true. Can confirm. Cone. Oh. Yeah.
Oh yeah, there was a whole
Hell
video
yeah.
about this actually. I think.
Just about
no,
the pixel glasses.
I'm thinking of a different pixel hat, but there's one that does depth of field. But the further away it is, the more
Ooh.
pixelized it gets.
Oh,
I think it's
that sounds
full
cool.
Screen. Yeah.
I'd love to use that one. Let me know if this one's worse for the bitrate, by the way, because that's important. I usually really like pixel filters like this. I mean, I have it on. Not actually. I don't have that on my PNG. I should do that. Anyway, but I don't feel like it really fits this game as much.
Mm-hmm.
So
She
I'm
doesn't say anything, but she's like, oh.
Aww. Or do we have bread? Oh, wait. The long orb.
Sphere.
I kind of hoped they would just turn Happy into a sphere entirely.
That'd be pretty good. That'd be pretty good.
Wee!
Also, I love that they teased Basil Rips early with the advertisements.
Oh yeah, that's true. Nice.
This game is so cool like that.
This game is so fucking awesome like that. Kinda want to keep Skeleton though. I like it.
Skeleton's good.
Skeleton's good. Okay, well, let's see if Polly and Saber have anything to say. And something new. Just kidding. It's just the phone again.
Ahoy, communications officer, Happy. Communications officer. Thank ye again for saving me back there. Let's leave the sight scouting to ye from now on, savvy?
What are you up to?
For once, I be twiddling me gears with nary a task at hand. Every inch of this fine vessel be in tip-top shape.
Hell yeah.
We've gathered a hearty crew, aye. A fine band of scallywags to man the eternal September. Forget how fun a pirate voice is. Let's leave the
It's
sight scouting to ye from now on.
It's extremely fun to do a pirate voice.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I love to do a pirate voice.
Oh, I love a good pirate voice.
Yar.
Aye, scallywag, yar.
Yar, there be nothing like it. No any jokes.
Yar, I be savvy to all the jests and maneuvers of the high seas of comedy. Like the rule of three. And irony.
That's it?
Aye, that be the sum of it. Let's leave the sight scout. I just now fucking got the bit aside from don't know any jokes. That's good.
Wait, so what was...
It's rule of three and irony, and on the third thing, Polly both doesn't know what to say, and it's also the third. It's good. It's good. It's a layered joke. I like it.
Right, no, you're right, actually, it is good.
I only got that now. That's a good one.
That is funny.
Pat on the back for that one, Jam.
Yeah, seriously. I've spent so much time on the September turning it into a particle accelerator, just specking out my upgrades for speed. Fun times. Good.
Awesome.
I wonder what it'll be like if you're like completely maxed out.
I should go.
Yar.
Saber! Can I talk to you now?
Let's see, it's your phone.
Hi, Saber.
Yay, it's still there. Fuck yeah, dude. I love that you can just watch this whenever you want.
It's so good.
Hello, Pikachu looking shit.
Yeah, so this is Teh.
This is Teh. I love that
This
we
is
know
Raincoat
Teh's
Pigment.
origin now.
Yeah, it's great. I love that Teh, like, is like a different penguin now. It's cool. I think it's fun.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna pay attention to the lyrics this time. So water? A little bit. Bounce to me, bounce to me. What a good username. Anti-aliasing, thank you so much for following.
That's awesome.
That's really good. And stretch and posture check.
I love you, 3D Teh. You're so weird.
You're so weird and awesome.
In general, or just for the specific thing we're doing right now, Auntie? This is Kitten Burst. It's a game about being a little racing cat in cyberspace.
And it's the best thing ever.
The best thing ever.
It's just genuinely one of the best games I've ever played. I love it so fucking much.
It has the most character I've ever fucking seen out of a video game.
Yes.
It's delightful.
Exactly. And that's the most important thing. Bounce to me, bounce to me.
Are you drowning in the sea of your creation?
Bounce to me. Just bounce to me, bounce to me. Just comes out and says it.
Yeah. I love you, Bounce to me.
I love you so much.
Give me all your loving and your attention. Would you kindly give me your credit card information?
Just bounce to me, bounce to me. Just bounce to me, bounce to me. It's so good.
I've literally been singing it while I do dishes.
I understand that. Next target is Basil Rips. Siphon as much energy as you can while you're there, Happy. I'm sure Orator won't mind. It's not like that site is being used anymore. Okay, same thing.
Shiny skirt. Oh, Roboleg?
Yeah, I was gonna say Roboleg.
Yeah!
Bounce to me, bounce. Yeah, dude. You know who else is a Roboleg?
we're in sync. We're like a fucking like Pacific Rim pilot.
Yeah, right. We're fucking drift compatible.
Oh my god.
Also, yeah, that Bounce to Me is better than anything any AI could make.
This is the most anti-AI game I've ever played, honestly.
I mean, yeah.
Pure raw talent and love for creation. Rocks.
That's awesome. Also, I didn't even think to talk to Deltree multiple times. Okay, well, it didn't matter. I love you
Yeah.
though.
Yeah.
Oh, that's fine. That's fair because it's like the dialogue tree and stuff.
Yeah.
Alright.
Poor Copycat. I wish they had more to say.
Me too. Maybe it's not the
I
perfect
love you,
game.
Copycat. It's like a 99.9 out of 100. I just wish Copycat had one more line before the ending.
Agreed. Whee!
There is.
Ow.
This is unrelated,
Okay.
but there is a like DLC
Ow.
being planned for this,
Oh yeah, so I heard. Very
which
exciting.
is very exciting.
Very
Yay!
exciting. We simply must beat it before then and then also play the DLC on stream.
Yeah. Talk to you later. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, that's great. Deltree downloading Yuri Megafile Deposit.zip. Scanlation.
It's study, you know. It's
Yeah.
research.
It's study. Research. You have to in order to properly represent her online character.
Yeah.
I can just imagine Happy begging Skater for the credit card so Happy can buy Neopets Premium.
Oh my god, yeah.
Yeah, Happy on club payment, like, I need to buy a Puffle! Oh my gosh!
Saber, can I get a puffle?
No, why do you want that?
I see other people with puffles, and then I also want one.
Saber, it's $3 a month! I can get 10 pops of coins!
It's like, do you know how much $3 is?
No. It's not that much.
In this economy? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, one last thing. We're gonna go back to Scratch because I want to talk to Mom again.
Oh yeah.
I
And then
want RuneScape membership.
and then I got a dip because I got class.
No, yeah, I also got a dip.
I was gonna have to buy a small Lego.
It was. You could get like a little set, little guy on a bike or something.
Yeah.
You could get Bad Guy. Do you know
Whoa.
what Bad Guy is?
I don't actually.
Well, I have to educate you on Bionicle.
True. How could I be a trans girl without this knowledge?
I was gonna say. Oh, also, Deltree did say that there was something else here.
Yeah, there's a note here.
Yeah, she had a note. I don't want to do that right now, though.
Yeah.
If I quit the game while here instead of on the Eternal September, do I start here again next time?
You start in the Eternal September, but you can always
Damn.
level select directly to the Arbor Myth, so...
Ugh. Okay. We'll just have to remember to do that then.
Yeah.
Just bounce to me.
Let's run down the streets where you grew up.
But Bad Guy. This is actually where it's not my lack of passion for Bionicle, but my lack of a normally functioning brain starts to show. I can never remember where you actually got Bad Guy from, but basically Bad Guy. I think Bad Guy came with Duracell batteries. I think so. Might have been a McDonald's toy.
Awesome.
But basically, it was like a super teeny tiny Bionicle set consisting of, off the top of my head, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, maybe like 8 pieces or something. Maybe that's already too many. I don't know. Oh wait, no, wait. It's like 1, 2. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I believe it's 9 pieces off the top of my head. That was just like a nondescript little guy with a hook. He didn't have a mask or anything, which was like the defining thing of like the series. Like every character would have like a mask, you know. Even creatures had masks. I think 9 because 2 of them were women. 2? Oh, was it like a little mini hook also on the other side? I don't remember that. Let's verify. Yeah. Anyway, that you would just like get with like Duracell batteries or something, and it was just called Bad Guy.
Huh.
That was the name, and it became like a whole thing that people were like, "What's the best Bionicle set?" And it's like, "Well, it's Bad Guy, obviously."
I love that.
And there was also Good Guy, and whoa, that was weird. And what's very very funny about it is that Good Guy did have a mask, or maybe got a mask later. Anyway, what's cool about it is that Good Guy was later like confirmed to actually be a character in the lore, and not just some random character, actually like a very important character.
That's awesome. That's really funny.
And Bad Guy was just Bad Guy.
Bad Guy.
16 pieces. What? How? How is it 16 pieces?
I love the way Ceiling Cat looks.
Why did you put me ruined the code? Oh my god. Sorry, I alt-tabbed.
Oh, you saw what I sent you?
Yeah, I alt-tabbed to go look at a picture of Bad Guy, and then I see... I'm matching with my girlfriend Deltree.
Twirling hair. Hi, Deltree.
Hi, Deltree. Why do you have a cone on your head? I'm matching. Aren't we matching?
I like when you said you were gonna stream this, I was like, I cannot wait for Zoe to get to Deltree.
Hell yeah. And you were right. I love her.
I was completely right. I was like, this is so Zoe core. I cannot wait till she gets to Deltree.
I fucking love when you like you as in like the collective you about someone else or someone else about you is like they're gonna love this character. This is for them, you know?
And completely right. Completely right.
It's completely right. Yeah, exactly. I'm looking at Bad Guy right now. I'll send you a picture of Bad Guy. Everybody else can look him up if you look for Bionicle Bad Guy. He was very different in my head than I thought he was. Not very different, but like I was definitely missing some pieces. I thought the center, the torso, was just one piece. One piece.
One piece.
Anyway, that's Bad Guy. Yeah, that's Duracell Bad Guy, yes.
That's crazy. I love that a lot.
There's actually 2 Bad Guys, which I also forgot about. The other one is red and has 2 weapons.
Awesome.
I forgot that there's 2 of them. Anyway. Mom! Every story is connected. Variations on a theme. This theme is called The Hero's Journey, and it's actually not as essential and universal as you might think.
Joseph Campbell was a hack fraud.
Overcoming the Who is that? Don't worry about it. He's long dead. You can buy a brand new bad guy from the Netherlands for €9.50 right now. I don't have to. I already have one. I think I have two actually. I don't have a good guy though. That's sad. Overcoming the monster, rags to riches, the quest, voyage and return, rebirth, comedy, tragedy. I wonder.
Toxic Yuri.
Toxic Yuri. I wonder, which story are you in?
Oh, I don't think I've ever seen this.
What a good question. Holy shit, Zoe, you're the coolest person imaginable. How can you say that when Jam is in chat right now?
Jam Duco is in the chat. I think I might know, but I want to see your answer.
There's too much funny in here for it to just be a tragedy. But there's too much like tease that drama and stuff for it to be just a comedy. I feel like Rebirth would be a good option.
That was my option. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, right? Yeah, but does Jam have any Bionicle bad guys? I don't know. Jam to go, do you got any Bionicle bad guys? If not, you can get some in the Netherlands for $9.50 right now. Brand new though, in packaging. That's kind of cool. Actually, I might actually do that. I have a water Bionicle.
Shit!
Woo!
Oh,
Yeah! Woo!
Let's
Which one?
go.
Jam, you have to tell me which one.
Here.
Jam's the fucking coolest person imaginable.
I gotta up my game. Damn.
Yeah, Punka, do you got any Bionicles?
No, I wasn't a Bionicles kid. I wasn't even like a Lego kid. I was a little freak. I didn't like toys.
What? You're toys?
I like toys.
You're toys.
I liked playing with one scuba diver toy because I was obsessed with the ocean.
That's
and then
true.
I would make my own expeditions, but like I didn't like traditional toys.
I gotta say though, that sounds awesome.
It was pretty awesome, I gotta admit.
Mm-hmm. The guy that came in the tube. Yeah, so the original Gali. Mara Gali then, I assume. Did she have like armor? Girl also, you got girl. Very good.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. I would say Rebirth, because I don't know. The quest is, I don't know, doesn't really feel like that per se. Voyage and Return, I really don't think they're gonna go back to just being a racing cat after this. Arachnus Squid, thank you very much for the egg.
Maybe overcoming the monster, but not rags to riches, I don't think.
No. Overcoming the monster, yeah, maybe. But
I feel like
Happy doesn't care. Like Happy cares because Happy wants to be nice, but Happy is also just that's not their quest, you know?
Yeah.
For Saber, I would say overcoming the monster might be the monster being Plato. What's it called?
Yeah.
Pablo.
My reasoning is that you're like bringing dead sites back online, and that's like
oh yeah, Rebirth. Yeah, I see. Right? I see.
Like we're exploring the dead internet, so that's kind of my impression of it. Just at the current point in time that we are.
Oh wait, best friend George says I have a big wooden plaque of the Kopaka box art. That's awesome. I love the 3D renders that they used for Bionicle, especially the earlier. That's actually like not unfitting for this game. Some of that stuff.
You know what these guys' faces look like to me?
Which guys? Bionicle?
The Bionicle guys you sent. They look like fucking Hav Hogan from TWRP.
That's true. You are correct.
I was trying to figure out what they reminded me of. It's fucking Hogan. It's Hogan, the drummer.
Fuck yeah. Those faces are originally made to have these little rubbery-ish, latex-ish, plastic-ish like stretchy plastic faces like put over them. They are for the Paraka, and the Paraka are the fucking best. They have a rap song.
That's kick-ass. That's fun.
They're just so fun. they pretend to be a Toa team, but they're just like fucking assholes. It's very funny. One of them is 2 people. Another one is a swarm of bugs.
This is just every queer friend group.
That's true. Bionicle lore is insane. There's a character who can never touch anyone, or they'll like instantly like get like time sped up and they crumble to dust.
Awesome.
And then he like just sits sadly at a rock for a while he has to like guard some people in a cave.
Awesome.
You should tell Punkin about why Bionicle had to stop being made. I mean, it's a collection of reasons. Actually, I if I do that, I'll do it off stream because we are we do want to stop. we have other things to do like sleeping and daytime things because time
I
zones.
have to go to class and do social media integration again.
Ugh, class. Anyway.
Yeah.
It is funny and tragic. I know. Yeah, I do like telling people the story of Bionicle why Bionicle ended, but not right now. Anyway, I'm saying Rebirth. Yeah, true. Someone said that comedy is just tragedy plus happy, which is funny.
With this adventure, I'm on Amkanda, a whole new cat.
Oh, awesome. Can you ask for more? Shit.
I can try them all. Who's the monster?
What?
I won't tell her you said that. That's awesome. Okay, I would love to do all of these, but do we have time?
I want to see comedy and then I gotta go.
Okay, all right. Ruffle. Oh my god.
See, I made the right choice.
Oh, that's awesome.
Ruffle.
You
have to go. You're a fucking genius.
You're so fucking good.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
Ruffle.
Okay.
All right. It's been great. Everybody's wonderful.
It's been so fantastic. Yeah. You want to plug your stuff real quick before you go, or no?
Yeah, I'm Punkit. I'm at Course Comics. That's
So
my
real.
job. I draw ponies on the internet. I'm also a game developer, which is my actual passion, even though I do really like drawing horses. If you want to follow my work, you can follow Season Taxpayer or Astralguard, or you can just say hi to me. I'm a cool lady.
This is so true.
Yeah, I hope everybody has a good one. I have to go to class.
Good luck at class. I'll be doing my own little outro. Bye. Bye. Also, Pandy, hi. Enjoy your lurk, even though I'm about to stop. But it's nice to see you for a bit. Well, gang, I love this game. I love hanging out with Punkit. I'm so excited to do more. That'll be next week. I'm like gonna cut it short kind of quickly because it's midnight and I have to go to a doctor's appointment tomorrow. I went to the hospital today and I have to go to the hospital. I mean, the doctor, like the general practitioner, tomorrow. God. Where? Anyway, so next week, Tuesday, same time, maybe an hour earlier, me and Punkit will be back to continue playing because I love this game. It's genuinely, it is 100% style and passion and funny and good and enjoyable and endearing and fun. It's just so good. It's so instantly one of my favorite games. It's insane. I've got to get out. Twitch mobile is killing my battery. Oh yeah, it'll do that. But thanks for coming. I'm Sushi, and thanks for trying not to spoil things anymore. Thank you. Good job. Same cat place, same cat channel. That's right. Exclamation point links in chat So and you get a link to my little website that has all of my links to my various things in there, so you can follow my socials or find the YouTube where you can find the previous 2 VODs, for example. The Discord is the best place to stay up to date what I'm going to do, because you get an ad here when I go live or post a schedule. And you don't have to worry about joining the whole big community if you don't want to, because that can be a lot. I totally get that. Because all you get is a stream announcements channel and a channel explaining how to get into the full server if you want to, but there is no pressure whatsoever. My next stream is tomorrow. I'm going to be playing Splatoon 3 together with my friend Melanie, and also with you guys. And with her community, because we're going to be playing PvP and Salmon Run with an open lobby. So you guys can join if you want. Yeah. That is also going to be at the same time that this one started, which is 8 p.m. GMT +2. Can we raid Dollip? Dollip is streaming Fork Knife. Yeah, okay, sure. I haven't raided Dollip in a while. What was the raid message going to be? I don't remember. What's the raid message gonna be, gang? What should we do? I'm a sad penguin. Thank you, Michael Lost Rabbit. You remember. Thank you so much. Saber spilled my juice. Also pretty good, but we'll go with I'm a sad penguin. This is the raid message, gang. Let me start up the raid. Dolly. There we go. For those, where did I go? Oh, I know. Hold on, give me a second. There we go, I'm back. For those who don't know, yippee! There I was. For those who don't know, Dollip is a fellow member of RARXD, and a kitty cat girl today. That's new. To me, at least. Dollip is a fellow member of RXD, is also known for being the biggest I'm in Love with the Villainous fan ever, and having worked on the Snapcube fan-dubs. Very funny, very nice, very gay. Let's go, gang! Thanks so much for coming. Bye-bye!